Focus. One clue.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Say, have you guys, have you seen the cartoons of John Goris, one of our frequent viewers here on the Orloff Inspirational Network? I just put together a playlist of his films. I'm transferring all of his animated films to DVD, and yeah, he asked me to do that because YouTube took down one of his videos. So he wants to make sure it's all preserved. So I was trying to figure out the best way to do that, and he has a series called Ghost Tank about a skeleton that controls the tank, and then he has this robots and mutants series that's sometimes stop motion animated, sometimes regular animation, and so I put together a playlist of his Ghost Tank videos in order of time of production. And then I put together his Robots versus Mutants series. And then I put together another playlist that I labeled just John Goris with his videos, music videos, and assorted other things that were so. Everything that's on his YouTube page has been put on to three playlists, and so I'm recording this because I have a few more days off before I go back to work, and I'm trying to get things done. And because I need to get discs to him, I need to get discs to Jambo Comics, so I haven't talked to him in a while. I'm trying to do that for literally about 4 years, but I should be able to do that before I go back to work. So I'm an hour and 21 minutes into this disc, and about about 40 minutes left on this disc. And it's I highly recommend that you um, visit these playlists. All you have to do is go to my playlist section, and you can find the videos, the playlists that say Ghost Tank, Robots and Mutants, and another one that says John Goris, and you'll be able to see everything he's done that's on his YouTube page. That is, I mean, there's other things he's done that he's famous for that could never be put on YouTube. Um, so anyway, that's one thing I'm doing this morning. I was also trying to put together a couple of model kits that have fallen apart. Trying to put this King Kong's Thronester back together. I have two of them. This one wasn't built by me or painted by me, and whoever built the pieces just fall right off. And trying to rebuild it, it got smashed into pieces basically during the move several years ago. And that's what I'm trying to do. I also have a Mummy's Chariot that I'm trying to do the same thing with. And I think I'm going to move this Christmas tree upstairs to the attic where it will be Christmas all year long. But right now, I can't do that yet because I'm monitoring this transfer of all of his videos. So the dog's trying to sleep over here, man, with all the noise of robots and mutants fighting. I apologize for the clickbaity title. I said breakfast at the Hotel Orloff, but I already had breakfast. So that's already, it's a deceptive title. Um, when you string all these short animation clips together, into basically a feature length presentation like I'm doing here on this disc, it creates something that is beyond words. Kamala Harris said that she embodied joy. These films are pure joy. And yeah, this is great stuff. The sound, the music, the animation, all wonderful. This is the link if anyone wants to come on. Um, the robots and mutants, all of them together, I think are going to add up to about 30 minutes. All the ghost tank stuff, it's more like an hour. Oh, Last Frontier is here. Excellent. Last Frontier. I need to figure out how to send payment to you for that $30. Those two comics and that wacky package. I guess I should know how to do that. Yeah, I got to figure that out. Like, what's the PayPal or whatever? There, it would be. Um, I don't know if I should really take all the Christmas decorations and put them upstairs. What do you guys think? Should I leave them up a little bit longer? Just kind of wanted to make the attic a Christmas place. Um, oh, Donald Trump just posted on Truth Social. Well, I hear that Wonder Woman just had a giant, giant blood clot taken out of her brain while she was pregnant. Gal Gadot. I want to pronounce it Gal Gadot because Bridget Bardot, but I guess she knows how to pronounce her name, so I'll say Gadot. She was really good as Wonder Woman. That first Wonder Woman movie was great, I have to admit. The second one was not great. But is she the definitive Wonder Woman? Not necessarily. I mean, the idea of giving her an accent was an interesting one, but I don't think that's. I think that might have been a good idea. A lot of Zack Snyder's ideas were bad. Having Batman kill people with guns didn't make sense. A lot of his ideas were stupid. But that having her with a European, with an accent, kind of makes sense. Let's see. Pauline Dowell says eggs are $6.40 a dozen here in Southern California. No more omelets for me. How much are eggs in your neck of the woodsum? Um, I don't know. Last time I got eggs, I don't know. I'm sure they're pretty expensive too. Um, well, what they're doing right now, they're trying to demonize eggs and cows, say it's better to eat artificial meat and the because the cows create so much methane when they pass gas that it's going to cause our planet to end. And they're very concerned about that, but they don't seem to be concerned about trying to provoke nuclear exchange with Russia. That they say, oh, that's perfectly livable through. Um, but yeah, Gavin Newsom declared a bird flu emergency. So they've been killing tons of chickens, saying they're infected and whatever. And so that's probably why the price has gone up, especially in California, because they're trying to sell us with this bird flu. They're trying to scare us with bird flu, UFOs, orbs. Um, they're trying desperately to do anything they can. World War III. Um, And what else they're trying to do? Now they're saying they're going to try to keep you know Trump from getting in. Last Frontier says $7.99 for 18 count in Massachusetts, and Pauline says $9 for 18 count. I'm sorry, I can't give you an accurate count because last time I bought eggs, I just went in and bought the eggs I was told to buy, and It seemed like they were expensive. Yeah. Shouldn't a carton of eggs be a couple of bucks? That seems like it's too much. Isn't that what it was just a few years ago? Um, yeah, man, I need to get some chickens and just keep them in my garage, man. Just let them pop out eggs. Uh, Maybe I could keep them down in the basement. I don't know. Yes, indeed. This is one of the most probably heavily printed comic books of all time. You ever read this comic? It's from Chick Publications in Chino, California. This is a more recent printing because it has chick.com on it. It even has a UPC code. Well, these were free. Why does it have a UPC code? It's weird. It's just these were scary. You get sent into the lake of fire at the end. See, they were around $3 a few weeks ago. Oh, okay. That's all government manipulation. It's guess it's hot dogs for breakfast. Okay. Yeah, that's all. That's all part of their fear campaign to get you. They're trying to, as I say, the house gets repossessed, and people are mad at the bank for repossessing their house, so they start punching holes in the sheetrock, ripping out, destroying the house, and then they hand the keys back to the bank, and it's all destroyed. Right? They steal the air conditioning unit, all that. And what they're trying to do is destroy the country as much as they can before Trump gets back in. And that's all the thing with the eggs and all that. I don't know. I didn't realize it had gotten that bad. We haven't bought eggs in a while. Um, but I can check the price of eggs. I've got to get some dog food here in a little bit, so maybe I'll check the price. But I got to make sure, got to finish recording these John Goris films. And if you were watching, there's 6 people watching. If you're not subscribed to John Goris, just type in John Goris and go subscribe to him. And let's get his subscriber count up. Um, I mean, I don't know how. If you're subscribed to this channel and you're not subscribed to this, I don't know what's wrong with you. See how much longer I've got here. 29 minutes left on the disc. It's just astounding. Hot dogs for breakfast doesn't sound bad. We got a bunch. There was this kind of fancy food place next to the movie theater that has, home cooked, fresh from the farm kind of food, and they just went out of business last weekend. And I went there on their last day of business, and they had a bunch of tamales. I picked a big stack of tamales up. I think I got maybe 20 pork tamales and maybe six. I'm sorry, maybe they were in packs of four. So maybe 12, either 8 or 12 chicken tamales. And we, uh, we, we ate, well, we split a pack of four pork tamales last night, two each, and they were great. So I've got to go to Dollar General too because it's almost New Year's and we get these grape juice bottles, and hopefully they'll have them. They did last year. I know they're not alcoholic and everything, but we don't really need alcohol. Um, I don't know. The pair of pants that I wear all the time, it's like I'm used to just wearing one pair of pants and I wash them, but it's because they're comfortable. And all the other pairs of pants I've outgrown as I became massively fat. And I found a pair that's kind of fancier that I hadn't worn in a long time. But I guess I've actually lost some weight, so I guess I fit in them now. So I'm wearing those now because I discovered on one of the live streams I had my back to the camera and I had a big hole in the back seat of my pants, right where I keep my wallet, and I didn't realize that it had a hole. But you go back a few live streams, you can see. Yeah, that's probably not very dignified. So I don't have any jeans. Uh, I should. If I can get myself down to a stable weight, and I think I'm going to stay there, I guess I'll buy some jeans. Um, anyway, how much longer we got here? This is just so great. John Goris, ladies and gentlemen. I guess most people are at work this morning. Obviously, Last Frontier. Yeah, he's off. Um, do you have any cool new comics you want to show Last Frontier? Or you want to come on? You're welcome to. Be sure cool to see some of your great Golden Age comics or whatever you've got. Because I remember we finally figured out exactly the right place to put the camera where the light's really good in your computer setup room. There was in the late 70s at the Cinema 4 Theater in Arlington, Texas. That building's still there. I think it's a church now. Same theater where I saw Superman the movie, and um, They before the movie played in the late '70s, they would have a commercial for Lone Star Comics, which is now mycomicshop.com. So I guess they had probably put it on to 16 millimeter and maybe blew it. They probably filmed it in 16 and blew it up to 35 millimeter to run in the theater. It was the local business they'd made an animated film to run, and I wish I could find that on YouTube or somewhere. It was stop motion animated, and it had spaceships, and it was all fantasy oriented because Lone Star Comics, when they first started, it was called Lone Star Comics and Science Fiction, and they had comic books, new comics, they had old comics, and they had science fiction paperbacks, and that was all they had. It was a couple of years before they invented all this Dungeons and Dragons stuff, and there were no Funko Pops. It was a great time period. If you think about it, in 1978, I was talking about this with Meyer and Kevin the other day. In 1978, if someone said, "I've got some old comics I'd like maybe to bring in, if you'd be interested in buying them," you could almost rest assured that it was all going to be interesting stuff. Because, or especially if you went back to, say, 1970 or 71, all old comics were interesting. There weren't bad comics. I insist there wasn't before 1980. I think that all comics were interesting. All superhero comics were interesting. All the companies produced interesting things. Unless they were just going to bring you a big stack of treasure chest comics that were made for Catholic Sunday school kids to read, and those were pretty interesting too. It just all old comics were good. When did really crummy comics start to be a thing? And I think it was in the '80s. And I don't know. What was it exactly that happened? It seems like it was when direct distribution started and the comics started to skip being in the spinner racks in the regular stores and the 7-Elevens, and they went straight to the comic stores. And then they started making comics that were only for direct distribution. And those were slightly more adult and were on more, on Baxter paper, better quality paper. And then they just didn't feel like comics anymore. And it was during that time things started to get dark. In the late '70s, I bought the first issue of Spider Woman. Quite a few of the early issues. I thought the costume was an interesting design. She Hulk, I thought the early She Hulk comics were interesting. But I mean, cool design, nice artwork. But really, those characters didn't exist for any other reason except to secure a copyright, because they were afraid another company could put out a Spider Woman comic, and then as and so they're trying to make sure they had those names copywritten. So that was and then Marvel started to get all these other properties from all these toy companies. They started doing Transformers, and then it was all these licensed properties. They got Godzilla from Toho, and that comic was okay. It didn't really look like Godzilla. Then they had Transformers. They had Oh, I just then they got this guy that dressed up in a costume and climbed buildings in New York called the Human Fly. They started making a comic about him, and it seems like that was when it started to go bad. It's like they were money hungry, and then they start all And then as I was in college in the 80s, this DC decided, let's comics aren't selling very well. How can we make these comics more interesting for kids? How about we get rid of all the confusing uh, how confusing it is for a new reader to come in. We've got all these multiple Earths with different heroes living on these different alternate Earths. Why don't we just have a big mini series where we blow up, kill off all those planets, and just have one Earth with the superheroes all on that one Earth? And so they did that, and got rid of all the storylines that I loved, and then they came in, Alan Moore. Whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow? And they put a little a gravestone on all the wonderful Mort Wessinger era Superman stories that I loved, and which I thought was kind of a pretty depressing way to end it. And then they started this jokey Justice League that apparently people love. Just heard someone talking on YouTube about how wonderful it was because this guy Gardner with the bowl haircut that's in the new Superman movie in the trailer, people are wondering who's this guy. Well, um, I don't know. It was like the Justice League was now like I guess like a Seinfeld show where they're funny and people say it's great, but that didn't interest me. And it just like then Dark Knight and Watchmen came out, and after that everything was dark. And then the '90s came, and it was all a bunch of most 99% crap. But I'd say like 1977 and back, just about every comic was great. Even Charlton shit where they're drawing the Flintstones and it looks like a 3-year-old drew the comic. Even that was cool. Um, but now, so many decades have passed since then. If someone says, I'm bringing in some old comics, it's probably going to be comics from the 90s or 2000s. If someone says, I'm bringing in old comics, 95% of the stuff is going to be garbage 95% of the time, if not higher. If someone said, I'm bringing in old comics and it was 1970 or even 1978, 95% of the time, it's all going to be great stuff. Because in 78, old comics, okay, if someone today's bringing in a bunch of 90s comics, that was 30 years ago. Someone in 78, I got old comics. Well, it's probably from the 40s and 50s, if you call it old. I don't know. But then to me, in fourth grade in 1974, a comic from 1967 was incredibly old. And it really was just 7, 8 years old. But to me, wow, it was the bee's knees, man. It was 23 skidoo. Anyway, I'm just giving you the same bullshit I say over and over again. That's why I hate everything. Oh, you ever heard the expression coming on like gangbusters? Or what do they say now? Oh, they say it's on like Donkey Kong. Um, you heard people say that? Well, that's because when the Donkey Kong game first started, it had I'll put it on, maybe I'll find that on YouTube. It was all the roaring and the loud noises. On like Donkey Kong means we're coming on loud and powerful and big, just like the way the Donkey Kong game started up in the arcade. When people say come on like gangbusters, they're talking about an old radio show. And this is some I'll play it for you because I've got my playlist up here and I just added a whole playlist of gangbusters radio shows here. And there was a gangbusters comic book too, for those of you in the golden age. But anyway, let me show you. So you're listening to the radio and back in the 1940s, and this is my playlist. And there's a playlist of Flash Gordon radio shows. But when Gangbusters would start, all of a sudden there'd be let's start and see how it started. Presentation on Van Crypto Radio Theater. Gangbusters presents Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world. Okay, well, I guess this episode doesn't have the opening. All right, well, thank you. Of course, it doesn't.
Good evening. It's time once again to return to those exciting premiere dates.
Okay, this isn't even helping me, man. These bastards. This is how it would start.
Marching against the underworld. From coast to coast, gangbusters, police, the D-men, our government agents, marching against the underworld. Tonight, the case of a ghostly prisoner roaming the countryside unrecognized. A mountaineer farmer with a mysterious complex about burglary. A murder in a trailer camp. That's tonight's Gangbusters. Now, picture our setting as a special office turned over to Gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J.
So it would start with machine gun fire, whistles, and maybe I could find a better example, man. Let me see. Those seem like really early episodes. Let's get a later episode once they solidified their trademark opening. Gangbusters radio show. Oh, I found something really cool too. Okay, I'll play that. Okay, let's see. Here's another playlist of Gangbusters.
Breakers to tear down here at home the very idea.
This one has better sound quality.
Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters. Out of the foxholes of Europe, from the steaming jungle swamps of the Pacific, our men are now coming home to a new America.
Yeah, they would start with sirens and machine gun fire. I need to add this one to see what you do is you hit save to library, and then you have it in your playlist library. Um, oh, let me show you something I've shown you before. You've got to, this guy has hardly any views on his videos, and it's unbelievable what he's putting up. His name is Retro Radio Joe. He's got a picture of a dog. Okay. Well, he actually has almost 7,000 subscribers, but he doesn't have a lot of views on his videos. So, like, he just only has 193 views on this. It's a radio station from Ohio, January 14th, 1967. For an hour and a half, you can listen to that radio station with commercials, the jingles, everything.
65 to 58. Independence down Strongsville, 92 to 77. Chagrin Falls over West Georgia.
It's retro radio jokes. Got great stuff. You might find something from your neck of the woods. But there used to be a show on Sunday mornings on Q102 in Dallas, Fort Worth. I'd listened to it, and it was called, the guy was called Gabriel Wisdom, and it was called I think for a while it was called the Joyful Wisdom Show, and then it became Brainstorm. And he'd play new music, new wave music, but he would have weird stories, weird news stories and stuff in between. And I have some cassettes I recorded when I was a kid, but here's one that I remember listening to. That's what the guy apparently looked like. Gabriel Wisdom, Brainstorm. It's from KGB San Diego, so that's where it originated from. It wasn't a Dallas show; it was just syndicated. So he's got this
Priest and all of this that's going on.
So you can listen to that I listened to and recorded with my childhood tape recorder when I was a kid. Here we go. Come on. It's only had 56 views.
And that lovable soap maker master chemist Dr. Bronner, who's come up with a sound that helps cows to produce sweeter milk.
He interviews Dr. Bronner on this one.
Plus a lot more. And we'll be taking a brainstorm tour of Hawaii right now. Here's what's new from the police.
Yeah, well, that'll get me a copyright claim for sure. Oh, well, yeah, you can't play the music on YouTube. Somehow he puts it up on YouTube. I guess he's not getting monetized if he's putting up this.
And headed for Hawaii. We should be landing, my producer Pat.
This is back when Carter was president. I was just talking about Carter the other day and about how he was a crummy president, but he was a nice guy. At least he came across as a nice guy. And back in the old days, um, um, anyway, he passed away yesterday. And then Olivia Hussey from Romeo and Juliet, what was that, 1968, the 1968 theatrical version of Romeo and Juliet. She passed away the day before that. And then someone else I just saw that passed away. I don't remember who that was. I just noticed it. Um, who was that? I don't remember. Man, but, okay, I got to finish this disco. Okay, what am I? Um, and and then Wonder Woman survived, but she had this big blood clot taken out of her brain, um, which, yeah, I guess we don't want to talk about what causes that, but I guess you know about remember what Biden said everyone had to get or they would lose their job. And a lot of people were just, no, we won't even talk about that. Don't want to talk about that. Let's see. All right. Playlist. Okay, so you go to the playlist, and then now I've got this other playlist called John Goris, and it has 30 videos. And so I've got all the robots and mutants. I have all the Ghost Tank. Now, yeah, some of the I got to turn the sound down. These are music videos. I'll get a copyright claim. Uh, I guess you can do the music videos and put them up, but you get a copyright claim, but it just keeps you from monetizing it. But he's made some music videos animated to the beat of some songs. Oh yes, thank you. It was Linda Lavin. Thank you. Linda Lavin passed away from Alice, but uh, she was in when Batman was on TV in 1966. There was also a Broadway play of Superman and a Broadway musical that was pretty much universally, everyone kind of said it was really shitty. But it had one song that became a big hit, and well, sort of big hit. A lot of people covered it, and it was called "You've Got Possibilities." Really great song. It's this woman singing to Clark Kent, and she was played by Linda Lavin in the Broadway show. But if you type in "You've Got Personalities," you'll probably get other people like Peggy Lee or whatever doing cover versions of it. Um, it's not, she didn't play Lois Lane, but it was some woman trying to come on to Clark Kent, saying she can kind of see that there's something there under the square personality as she's kind of, trying to, get Superman, I'm sorry, Clark Kent interested in her. So Linda Lavin, you could look up. You've Got Personalized. So she, if this is a comic book channel, that's how Linda Lavin ties in with the comic book world because she was in the Superman Broadway musical. That I remember when I was a kid, they did a TV version of that musical, and it was terrible. And I think they changed it a lot from the '66 Broadway musical, and then they played it like at 11 o'clock at night on NBC or something. They just basically, well, we paid money to produce it, let's air it, but We're embarrassed by it. We're not going to run it in prime time. So, and that's on YouTube. You could look in the sub Superman musical. I'm pretty sure that's available. Um, okay, I'm turning the sound down, and then maybe I can just let this go and go up to Dollar General and get that fake wine that we like to drink for New Year's. And then I got to get dog food too. I could just get that all at Dollar General. I don't have to go to the supermarket. Thank you. Oh, Last Frontier's been saying stuff, and I have not put Last Frontier. I can be on within the hour. I'm finishing up some chores. And he says the collapse of the sports card hobby in the late '80s really started the downfall of comics. Yeah, a lot of comic stores kind of diversified into sports cards. It seemed like it was at the '80s. I know it was the '90s. Um, and then the comic stores, a lot of them were mainly sports cards. I got a phone call and um, it kicked me off the air. Hold on a second. Let me text the person. Okay. Well, that shows a hidden weakness of StreamYard. When you're on and someone calls you, it kicks you off. So few people ever call me on the phone that it's never really been an issue. That was Gary Davis, I assume doesn't know I'm on right now, or he wouldn't have been calling. So I texted him. I said, "Hey, I'm on live. Come on the show." So let me put the link here where he can see it. But yeah, he didn't have any idea. He's probably calling me. Oh, hold on a second. Post comment. He just sent me a text back. Paste. All right. There's the link. Anyway, so what is he saying here? What? He sent me a link. What? He sent me a text back, but I saw it appear at the top, but then I don't know where it went. I can't see it. That's weird. Where did he send the? All right. Well, I don't know. I don't know, man. Uh, but Gary Davis, if you tuned in, it just went to 13. Maybe that's him coming in. It's always, like I said yesterday, it's always the terrific 12 that are watching, but now we've got a 13. Is it true that 13 is an unlucky number because of Judas Iscariot making 13 at the Last Supper, and he had betrayed Christ, right? There were 12 apostles plus Jesus makes 13. So it was unlucky to have 13 people seated at the table. I don't know. Is that true? I don't know. I've heard that. Is it? But okay, so this is a music video that I can't really. Oh, someone's trying to come in, man. Why, it's Bone Daddy. Hello there. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, Grouchy?
Not bad. Are you subscribed to John Gorris's YouTube channel?
No, I don't. I'm not that familiar with his YouTube channel.
Okay.
I've seen some videos that you have that you put on, but that's about it.
Yeah, you got to subscribe to it because you would love it. It's I'm making a recording for him. I'm recording all of his videos from YouTube onto
Oh, cool.
DVD for him because YouTube took one of them down, so I'm trying to preserve them. But it's
Yeah, I like his animation style. It's a little violent and a little bit wild, but I like it. I love his style.
yes, it's not a little bit violent and wild. It's a lot of bit violent and wild. Yeah, well, if you don't like violence and wildness, it may not be your cup of tea. So yeah,
Well,
you were just calling, and when you call and I'm on the air, it knocks me off a StreamYard, and you had no idea. But I was that's why I went and sent you a text that said, "Hey, come on the show." It knocked my
hey,
camera off. It took me off the
I'd
air.
rather I'd rather be on the show and hang out with you. Maybe I am the 13th one, but 13 has always been my lucky number.
No, we're down to 10 now, so it's cool. You're not unlucky anymore. Somebody
Oh,
tuned out. So several people, in fact. Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm just tinkering. I'm getting ready to go to the pawn shop. I had to replace a little tiny screw in one of my pistols. I had a pistol that I was planning on pawning, and
Yeah.
when I purchased it, they had told me that there's a screw missing, and I said, "Oh, okay, well that's all right," because I bought it mostly as an antique,
Right.
and now I've found myself in need of some money, so I'm going to go and pawn it. But I wanted to replace the screw so that
Just just don't show the gun on the air because that'll
no,
cause us to get taken off the air. You're not
oh, I
supposed to
wouldn't do
handle
that.
firearms during a StreamYard YouTube
I wouldn't.
broadcast.
No,
So
no, I
what
wouldn't.
kind of G is this?
What kind of a what?
I'm calling it a G because I don't know the
Oh, okay.
communists that run YouTube might be
It's
afraid of the GUN word.
it's an antique Smith and Wesson.
Oh, cool.
Um, yeah,
What
and when I
year?
purchased it, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. What year? Yeah.
I believe it's in the 1800s, but I couldn't say for sure.
Hmm.
I couldn't say for sure. Maybe 1800s is a little early. I'm not sure when Smith and Wesson was established, but
Oh, they were around in the 1800s. Trust me. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I was almost positive they were, but it's a revolver, and it's beautiful. I wish I could show it to you, but it's a gorgeous little revolver. It's only about this big, and it's got a small black handle. It's silver. It's gorgeous. It's just gorgeous. But
So you need some extra money? Is that why you're doing it, or?
yeah. I just am coming down to the end of things. I've been trying to find jobs, and I haven't had much success. I've been donating plasma and
Oof.
buying things
Yeah.
and just doing all
Yeah.
kinds of different things just to make extra money. I I I started street walking the other night, and
What?
I couldn't get lucky. I just
Oh,
couldn't.
okay. I thought you were serious for a minute. Um. Well, shoot.
I need to find the right parking lots, I guess.
Well, have you considered an OnlyFans channel? Just kidding.
Oh,
Just kidding. Don't do it, man. Um. Well. Um, I told you before you can make money with your artwork.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm. What I'm planning on doing is I'm planning on making some reproductions of some of my artwork, and trying to sell those. And
Okay, could
so
you show the artwork you're planning on making reproductions of to us right now, and maybe you'll get some offers. You
right.
could maybe make some money on this show.
Yeah.
'Cause I would like to buy some artwork from you myself.
Okay.
Yeah, show. In fact, let me
Well,
embiggen you.
I don't have any on hand right now, but
Well, it's all around your place. All the artwork you've done for record stores and stuff, right?
some
You
of
know what
it
I
is.
mean?
Yeah, some of
I
it
mean, so
is.
people have an idea that don't know you, what kind of what your skills are like.
Yeah. Well, I
You
appreciate that. I'm working on. I'm
show.
working.
You know what is amazing, and you could probably just make tons of these and sell them to everybody that watches this channel. Is your giant barrel full of monkeys?
Oh yeah, that'd be kind of fun.
How long does it take to make one of those things?
It takes a little bit of time. I've got to use a saw, and I'm mounting things on cardboard. This is one that I'm currently
Hey,
working on.
good. Turn your camera sideways so we get the CinemaScope view. Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, that's what I'm currently working on. I try not to get the cellophane, but yeah, I'm currently working on a Kiss Hotter Than Hell portrait.
Is that for your own collection or?
I I I could be tempted to sell it. I could be tempted. I'd like to make reproductions. As you can see, Ace isn't quite done, but I've been working on it. It's all done in markers, grayscale markers, and
What would tempt you to sell that? What price would tempt you to sell that? Just in case someone's watching and might want that.
um. Well, if it was only a reproduction, I'd probably sell it for about between $75 and $100. But if it was the original, I would probably want at least $200 to $300 for it.
So $200 to $300, they could have the original, and then you could make prints of it before you sell it,
That's
and
true.
then sell the original, and then have a high quality scan of it from which you could make prints, and it
Yeah,
could be a continual moneymaker. In fact, don't ever
exactly.
sell any of your artwork without making a copy of it first, I think is the smart thing to do.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. This is another one that I've been working on. I've been working on my a reproduction of uh, San Julian's Erie 41 cover. And so, can you see that?
Oh, right.
I mean,
San Julian.
there's the original pictures I've been using as a reference, but then this is the one that I've been
Let's see.
drawing.
I'm driving. So, yeah, that looks really good. So
Thank you.
that's fantastic. What would you sell that for?
That would be kind of the same type of thing if it was an original, probably about 300. If it
How
was
large is it? I didn't really get a sense of scale because I'm driving in fog. But I can
let me
watch
let
them.
me let me pull it out a little bit here for you. It's fairly large,
Uh huh. So
as you can
were you
see.
looking at the original pen and ink drawing that he did to work from, or?
No, actually, I was looking at photocopies of Erie and his original painting, just photocopies.
Oh, you're working from the painting. It seems like I've seen a black and white version of that he did initially before he did the painting.
Um, yes, he did. It was in I believe it was in the Erie comic.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
It was
It was.
featured in the Erie comic, but it wasn't quite the same. This is
I
the
just
size.
posted that painting on Instagram. I think last night or a day before, like a day ago. I don't know. Do you follow my Instagram?
No, I don't. I probably should. This
Are
is
you
one
on
I did.
Instagram?
This is one I did right after 9/11. And I did this the day after 9/11.
Oh, wow.
And
Pauline
this is
says, I'm waiting to pay on a painting of the Fabulous Free Freak Brothers. Yeah, Pauline wants me to do a painting of the Fabulous Free Freak Brothers.
I love those guys. Those guys are awesome.
Yeah. Ooh. Um,
This is a. Let me show you this one. This one I'm kind of proud of. I'm working on, but it got damaged in a move. But I think I can repair it. It's Betty Page, and I'm working on her to be Vampirella.
oh,
I'm doing
that's a great idea because, the initial painting of Vampirella that Frazetta did for Vampirella #1 was
yeah.
kind of based on Betty Page.
Well, this one, I mean, she's got her moon gold earring, and if you look closely, you can see my sketch has sort of a Vampirella esque outfit on. She's not naked. She's got the gold bat right there on her crotch, and
So you're working from a photograph of Betty Page and then you're just modifying it into Vampirella, huh?
exactly that's exactly what I've been trying to do. This one I sketched out, but I haven't been able to put any kind of. Can you see that?
Uh, yeah, yeah.
I
Oh, I
have it.
see the Vampirella earrings. Yeah.
Yeah, I have this one roughly sketched out, but I haven't been able to do any finished work on it yet.
Justin says, did you do the Spider-Man above your door frame, Gary?
Yes, I did.
See, I think you could do a Spider-Man and make some money. Is that barrel full of monkeys hand? Is that far from where you're sitting?
No, I could go get that. It's just in my living room. I could be back in two
Yeah, I
shakes of a lamb's tail.
just show your artwork, man, because you don't need to be selling blood, man, or plasma, whatever the hell they call it. You need to be doing art because that takes like a couple of hours, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Sometimes it takes up to a couple of days actually.
All you got to do is that same amount of time that you would have sat doing that. You could do some artwork and become an artwork factory until you can get a secure job. Maybe this could be your job.
Exactly. Well, let me go get the monkeys, and I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm
But,
going in the store, so I'm going to let you take over the show. So don't show anything too horrible. I know you
don't
won't.
do that.
I can
Don't
trust you.
do that.
All right,
All
I'm trusting you, man. I'll see you in a little bit.
right. See you in a little bit. feel like we're having show and tell. He's not back yet, is he? Hope you didn't lose any viewers because of me.
I'm back. What did
Well,
I
it's about
miss?
time.
Uh, let's see. Pauline says, I'm willing to put. Oh, she already told me that. And Justin says, did you do the Sputter Man? We already read that. We're getting some kind of weird feedback. You might have another window open. Testing.
Oh, you mean on my phone?
Yeah, you must have two YouTubes open.
Let me
Like
look.
you have StreamYard and a YouTube somewhere open. We're hearing sound twice. Sound twice. Sound twice. Sound twice.
Is that better?
Yeah, I don't hear it now. Yes, I do. Actually, I do too. You somehow got like two devices going with this shit.
Well, bear with me just a moment. I'll take a look and see if I've got anything else open.
All right. Well, I'm not hearing it now. It's
Good.
gone.
I think I got rid of it. Good.
Okay.
Cool.
Did I miss you showing the barrel full of? Yeah, no, it's back now. Did I miss the barrel full of monkeys?
Well, I showed a couple of them.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have more than one? So you used to do art for a record store, is that right?
Yeah, media play.
Okay.
And these are just mounted paper on cardboard, on real thick, heavy cardboard. And I did both sides. And I used the colors that I had when I was a child and created them to hang from the ceiling.
Oh,
Can you see that?
yeah, it's great. It's very dignified. I think most wives will enjoy that decor. Actually, I think they would.
Actually,
What
it
would you
might be kind
charge?
of
Go ahead,
fun to
Coach.
have in a child's
What would you
playroom or
charge?
something like that.
What would you charge for a monkey?
Just one monkey?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. I'll have to think about that. It takes a little bit of labor. Um, Uh, let me think about that for a while, because I don't want to make it too much. But then, I mean, I know you're kind of faced with that same problem too. Sometimes when you're talking about making a painting,
Oh,
you
yeah,
know, because you don't.
I'm just wondering for anyone watching, um, maybe if you make multiple monkeys at the same time, would it be cheaper or is no
It's
difference?
it's one at a time, because basically I'm using a saw to saw these out of the cardboard,
Uh,
and then to get them precisely, lined up. And I suppose what I could do is take several pieces of cardboard and but clamp them together and um, saw them at the same time. That might be my better option. I told him earlier while you were gone. I said this feels like show and tell.
oh,
When Jerry Garcia died, and I was working at Media Play, there was a lot of Grateful Dead fans there, and so to commemorate Jerry Garcia's death, I made this.
oh, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's 3 dimensional. It's every color is a layer. I don't know if you can see that, but
Oh, did you make multiples of that and sell it?
no, I just made one for a display. We made a Grateful Dead Jerry Garcia display the day after he died.
I think Grateful Dead people would love that shit.
Oh yeah. I've had some Grateful Dead fans offer me some money for it, but I really like it. I'd have to make them a reproduction of it. This one, I this is something I did in high school actually. I don't have a print of it here right now, but I did start in a printmaking class. We learned um, screen printing, and so this is the screen that I use to print up some Einstein prints.
Oh yeah. Hey,
And you can see, I
is
kind of
there any
use.
way you can figure out what you've opened up that's creating that echo?
Let me look, or let me sign off, and I'll try to patch in again.
Oh, the echo was only on me. It seemed like you don't hear it anymore. In the old days on talk radio, I used to listen to a lot of talk radio when I was a kid. People would call in, and there'd be this echo, this delay, and the talk radio host would be really pissed off. So turn your radio off before you come on the air. Because it is rather distracting. Follows here. Says, hey, what's up? Paulo Costa is the king of Portugal, part of the royal family. Um, it's already 2025 in Portugal because they're 5 days ahead of us. Oh my God. Maybe I should put the link there for Gary to come back on. Yeah, Gary's got all this talent artistically. He needs to be, of course, the economy is not very good for anybody. So, but seems like he could make some great art for somebody. And there he is. All right. Hello.
Hey, Bone Daddy.
Okay, I don't hear any. Wait, you're Bone Daddy. I'm.
I know. I
Yeah.
know.
So yeah. Oh, you're
I'm
saying,
just
"Hey,
being
Bone
funny.
Daddy here." Yes, I
Hey,
see.
hey, Bone Daddy.
There's
Hey,
no
Bone
echo
Daddy's
now,
here.
so I don't think there's an echo. So that's fantastic. Is that Karen Carpenter? No, that's not Karen Carpenter. That's one of the Charlie's Angels, Kate Jackson, right?
No, this is actually a friend of mine that I drew. I was,
Oh,
uh,
well, that's probably a nice compliment to that friend. Well, not to
yeah,
Karen Carpenter. Well, Karen Carpenter was beautiful, but in
she she
her
was one of the
last
most
days.
beautiful. This gal was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever met, and I really had a crush on her, and I tried so hard to impress her, and this was my last attempt.
Well, did she really look like Kate Jackson in real life?
She looked beautiful. I could show you a photograph of her, but I'd have to look for it and see if I can find it. But this is she really did look like this.
Okay.
She was gorgeous. But this was a pencil drawing I did shortly after high school, probably 1984, 85.
Oh, okay. So this is this is like a high school crush.
Yeah, exactly. High school, college age crush.
Well, it's nice to know that she's now 60 and hideous now. Just kidding. Just kidding.
60
Um,
and hideous. I
well,
did this one. I did this one on Halloween.
that's great.
This is an airbrush painting of Boris as the Frankenstein monster.
That's airbrushed?
Yeah,
Damn. Did some damage happen to the top there? Some bubbling or something? What happened there?
yeah. There's some bubbling that happened on the top and on the bottom.
Can that be flattened out?
I don't know if it could or not. It's on foam core,
Oh, okay. Oh, is that a danger of foam core? That's not good.
and there's Bela,
Yeah.
and that one was also airbrushed. That was a companion piece with it. This is Elsa Lancaster as the Bride of Frankenstein. I think I've showed this before.
Huh. Fantastic.
And this one, it wasn't airbrush; it was just pen and ink markers.
Okay.
Thank you. I really do. I really do feel like we're having show and tell today.
Well,
The
I
music
hope
store I
people
worked for wanted me.
contact you. How would people contact you? Do you have an Instagram or something, or some way people could contact you if they want to commission art?
I don't have an Instagram, but they can contact me via phone or email.
Well, I don't think you want to give your phone on this channel
Okay,
because there's some assholes that what. Um, well, they someone could contact me, and I guess if you want, I could give them your phone number. If
that'll work.
some of the trusted people here,
That'll work. I
112.
trust your judgment. When
Um, you really ought to have an Instagram. It's not that horrible. Uh, uh, it might be
I
helpful
do, I
in
think I
getting you
do have
some
it.
work.
I think I do have an old Instagram. I'll have to look and see if I can pull it up. The record store or the music store I worked for wanted me to do a Beatles end cap,
Okay.
and so that was my attempt at a Beatles painting.
Could you do a Ruddles one?
That's a great idea.
Well, I'll tell you, that's pretty incredible. So, what years were you working at this record store? I guess around the time that Jerry Garcia passed away. That would
It was
be obvious.
1995, 96, somewhere around there.
Is
Here's
that
a
how
Rod
long
Stewart.
ago that Jerry Garcia passed away?
Yeah, here's a Rod Stewart end cap.
He always looked so healthy. Huh? He probably died so early. Um, I need to shut up because My sense of humor is not very funny. Um, yeah, Kevin has a Jerry Garcia EC comic. It's pedigree from his collection. As Jerry Garcia was a um, big time lover of EC comics, especially Mad.
I could see that actually. To tell you the truth, I almost see Mr. Gaines and Mr. Garcia as kind of kindred spirits. When I worked for this record store, they did a new release. It was shortly uh, when they did the release of Pocahontas. Um, I had been assigned to do some signage, and so I did this.
Hmm. Wow. What was that for the video release or something?
Yeah, for the DVD release.
Man, I would have just thought that was official Disney uh, publicity material.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a nice compliment.
So after they finished with it in the store, you just kept the stuff?
They would let you take it if you wanted to,
Okay.
which was I mean because they were going to throw it away if you didn't want it. So when I first started working on a computer, I had a cranky old antique Macintosh, and I did this. I did this on the Macintosh.
Hmm.
Here's a Predator design that I came up with.
Gosh. I was looking at it upside down. It looked like a menorah. I was holding my phone upside down. Oh my gosh. It's incredible.
Thank you. Um, Here's another Vampirella.
Oh yeah, that's good. Jumbo says, nice stuff, Bone Daddy.
Thank you, Jambo.
I bet that you could probably do if you could do a Sheena, the Jungle Queen poster or painting. I bet Jumbo would be interested. Gotham City Comics says they need a sign that says vintage masks for sale, 49 cents. Are you
I
basing it on a real sign that you've seen in
was
a
gonna
photo?
say that's
He's
pretty
trying.
good
He's
price.
No, he's trying to recreate a sign from a 1960s store to put with his masks so it would look like you're back in time. I know
Yeah,
exactly what he's trying to do there. He's not really going to try to sell them in his store for that price. He's just creating a cool display.
that's an
Jambo
awesome.
says that would be awesome. Yeah, you think maybe you could find an amazing cover, Jambo, that's especially cool from Jumbo Comics or you know Jungle Comics or Sheena or something or one of those fiction house that he could recreate on a big scale. So much of
That's a great
something.
idea.
Yeah, but you
This is
don't need to be selling plasma, man. That's no way, man. Um, um, let's see.
this is an iguana that I did.
Okay, hold on a second. I just got sent a picture. Wait a second. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to where I'm at. Show that again. I was off in the Phantom Zone. Picture of an iguana. Yeah, man. That's Hillary Clinton without her mask on. Uh, Chick Creep says do an Imagineering display sign for their products. Are those paintings, Bone Daddy? You're asked by Jimbo.
Some of them are paintings, and some of them are colored markers and colored pencils. I work in just about every medium.
Yeah, I guess on the pieces you show, tell the medium you're using so people kind of have a sense of it.
This is just colored markers.
Oh wow, I think you used like at least a whole black ink marker on that, don't you think? I bet
Yeah,
some ran dry on that.
a lot of black sharpies.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool.
This was markers. This is Mrs. Bates markers and paints for the edges, but markers.
Do you see that, Gary? That's the
Oh,
sign.
that's
I think
cool.
that's what I think Kevin would. He just sent me this picture on Instagram. I
I
think
could do.
could you recreate that for Kevin at Gotham City? That
Yeah,
sign, like
yeah. I could. How big does he want it?
um, I would say like that's. Can you get a sense of scale with the paper toweling behind it and whatever's around it? I'd say that's pretty large. I'd like something like that myself. Maybe
That'd be
you
kind
could,
of cool.
if you could go into production and you have all the paint and everything. Maybe you could make a couple of those. I'd buy one from those of those. Hell, you'd probably want to keep one for your own collection too.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, that's
good
pretty
idea.
amazing. That's a great idea, Kevin, to create a vintage signage like that Monster Corner sign. He had one professionally done. I'd like maybe for you to do a monster. You know the Monster Corner sign I'm talking about?
I do know.
Oh my gosh, it's Joe Biden.
I was asked to do when Heavy Metal came out on DVD. They re-released it on DVD. I was asked to do a large scale, uh, just a
Tarna.
large scale mural
Oh,
for our window, and so I had to come up with a drawing first to submit. This was the drawing I did with this with
oh
pen and ink.
wow! Did you airbrush that?
No, this is actually pen and inks and colored pencils right now. But I
What?
did airbrush the mural, the big painting.
Could you give us a close up of like one of the letters? I don't know how the hell did you get that effect, but just okay. I guess I from a distance it looks completely like it's done with airbrush.
It was done with markers, and I had it's a device, or it's a marker that has no color. It's a blender. It's a blending marker. And what you do basically is you use your marker, and then you can blend out the color. And as you can see it at the top of the H or the E, it's really dark blue. And then with the blending marker, I just pulled color away from the dark blue and filled in the bottom part.
Are any of these pieces you're showing today something that you'd be willing to sell, or
Yeah,
you have
if
to
if
recreate
someone
them?
if someone's interested, they can make offers, or I don't have specific prices. There's another Vampirella that's a little racy, but
You know, you guys can make offers right now. You know, he
this one's kind of a poorly done portrait of Demi Moore. This was right when Striptease was released. I'm
well,
not I'm not really proud of it, but
Well, you could throw darts at it.
Huh. You don't care for Demi Moore? Come on now.
I don't know. I
This
don't
is,
know. I guess I've seen a few movies with her.
yeah. This was an assignment I did for art class. It's called a color wheel, a color progression where you're supposed to come up with an imaginative way to show the prism.
That's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty great. I like the shininess behind the giraffes.
Yeah, it's just a foam core that I painted with high gloss black,
Oh,
and then the giraffes are markers and uh, flat fluorescent paints.
Chip Creep says, is that a Gene Simmons boot on your shirt? And Myers
Yes, yes.
says, yeah, okay. Myers says you have a very good eye, Gary, for colors and shapes. And Jambo says, well, you have some real talent, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you saying that.
That Julian Assange.
It's actually a statue.
Oh, I was gonna say, it's either him or Quicksilver from, but
It's, a,
statue. That's cool, man.
it's like a Roman statue or whatever. I
Yeah.
don't know I don't know the subject matter, but it was a drawing of a statue that I was able to do. And then this is the last one I think I'll show you is I did a Ray Harryhausen Cyclops
Oh, that's real good.
pen and
Yeah.
ink.
Wow. Well, that's great, man. That's
Thank
fantastic.
you. Thank
Do
you
you
for
have
looking at my stuff. I
do you
appreciate
have
you.
supplies and stuff, or like ready to go, or do you or like to do art?
I'm gonna have to. You know what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to look at my supply and see what I've got. I've got some paints that I know haven't turned to gel yet, and so I could probably use those. And I've got markers and pens, and I've got plenty of boards and papers and things like that. So I could probably start off with a few of those things and work my way up.
Yeah. So, yeah, so you could recreate that sign for Gotham City, that vintage mask sign with just a photograph.
Yeah, yeah. I'll get back on here after we're done here, and I'll download that picture, or I'll do a
Well,
screenshot
I'll
of it.
send the picture to you. No, you don't have to do a screenshot. I'll send you the actual picture through to your phone. Is
Cool.
What would you do? You just do it freehand, or do you project it onto the surface so you can get it exact? How do you do that?
Sometimes I do both. Some of these are basically traced from a projector because there's no way I can do large scale things like that and make it actually come out the right dimensions. So sometimes I'll use a, a projector.
I think I have an idea of something that you could do.
What's
Freak
that?
show banners on canvas.
Ooh, I like
Have you
that
ever
idea.
done a freak show banner? I mean, freak show banners. You don't have to. You don't have to be a great. You're a great artist, but you'll have to dial down your skills a little bit to make it look cruder, to make it look
Yeah,
authentic, because
yeah.
to get that look. And
That's a great idea. I like that
and
idea.
and you could find they always say alive, or usually alive, or they'll say live, but usually it's alive in a circle, and it'll have an orange border. I mean, I'm sure you could find hundreds of different pictures of freak show banners. They're going to be large. I mean, you can make them as large as you want, but and then you put little holes. I think they call them grommets. Is that right? Like they have for flags on a flagpole, and then
Yeah.
that you can hang, or you can do it on cloth. Actually,
Well,
yeah, cloth,
I
not
was just
canvas,
thinking
maybe.
they sell canvas drop cloths at Home
Yeah,
Depot and Lowe's and places like that, and some of them have grommets already on them.
yeah,
So
that's what
that
you. Yeah, then just paint on that. And I bet if you just started doing those, you could probably get them knocked out pretty quick. and then you could come on here, and every time you get one done, we could have an auction, or you need to. You could probably get one of those done seriously in the amount of time it takes to go to a plasma center, because they're very easy to do. I've got a couple of replicas down in the basement. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Are,
It's
are they replicas that you made?
No, but I made a freak show, a small painting of an imaginary freak show banner once years ago. But
I remember. I remember this was. I don't know if it was months ago or maybe a couple of years ago. You were talking about how upset you were because you'd gotten all these dreams about Spider Lady or something like that.
Spider Lady,
You
I had
you
dreams about the Spider Lady.
Yeah, some spider lady that was in a sideshow, freak show or something like that. Got on there and you had said, "I can't get this thing out of my mind," and
Well,
you
I'm
had talked.
sure I wasn't saying I was frightened of it. I might have said that it was amazing, and I don't have any recollection of that, but I believe you.
It wasn't that you were frightened. It was just like you'd had a bad dream or something like that, and it involved it involved a spider lady from a sideshow.
I can't imagine that that would be a bad dream. That sounds no that I have no recollection of that, but it seems like if I'm talking about a spider lady, it would be in a positive sense.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
that seems and maybe as someone a guest on the show. Um, okay. Oh, maybe I think Meyer says that maybe I was talking about. The spider lady is from a Jerry Lewis movie. Oh, it must have been I was talking about that from. No, it's the Bat
Maybe.
Lady. I think. Not sure. Anyway, what I was talking about, but okay. So this is a replica that I just got off eBay. It was actually pretty bad. I had to retouch it in some places, and all they did was take a real one. I mean, they just blew it up and put it on this. It says "Kitty is here," so it's just. I think
I love that
I went
artwork.
in and put a line, some line. I can see where I put some lines here to because and some lines here because it was the edges, and I put a line around because it was washed out. I put a line there with a marker because I wasn't happy with and the same person I think that did that did this one,
Oh
and so
my!
they always have this alive. And you could probably do one of Sheena, the Queen of the Jungle, and make it Sheena, the Queen of the Jungle, and draw Sheena in the style. And
That's a
and
great
and
idea.
and hell, I would want that, but Jimbo would want one before me. I mean, then maybe the second one you make, I would. But and then recreating vintage signs like this for Palisades Amusement Park, things like that.
That's cool. The one thing I remember about Palisades was all those comic ads with Superman and Batman and Wonder
Right.
Woman. Do you remember those?
Oh, of course I do. Um, and of course the Freddie Cannon song and all that. Um, what what Meyer's talking about is there's a movie called Artists and Models that was made in the early '50s about Dean Martin is a comic book artist in the pre-code days, and he's doing this comic book about a character named Bat Lady who's kind of this evil villainess, and she has a comic book about her because back then you could have comics about bad characters, kind of, and it's all about. And Jerry Lewis is his roommate in that movie, and there's a this is what the comic looked like in that movie. It was a comic that never existed, but
Huh.
yeah, there's no heat in this room. You really tell that when. So anyway,
Are we? Are you? Is it just you and me on here, or is there anyone else watching? I can't tell.
there are
How many watch?
16 people watching,
Oh, okay.
uh, but, but um, but we're the only people like on the broadcast. My wife just
Okay.
sent me a text that she's hungry. I need to go upstairs and see about maybe putting something in the air fryer for her.
I need to.
Oh,
I
look,
need to get.
Jambo says yes, I would. He would love a freak show, freak show Sheena poster, like she'd been brought to the civilized world and was put on exhibit. I don't think there's anybody on the planet that would have a Sheena freak show poster. So this is a way you could make some money and not worry about. I told you this before. They're really your skill is such that you don't need to be uh, doing the gutter punk stuff, man. Going to a not. I mean, plasma is important. I understand that people need that. It's a good cause and everything, but you should be doing your artwork.
Thank
Um,
you. I appreciate you saying that. I honestly do.
so let
Well,
me.
hey, I'm gonna. I've got to do some. I got to go get some cat food. My cats are driving me bonkers right now because
Okay,
I need to feed them. And I'm out of canned cat food, so I need to go get some of that. And
sounds
um,
good.
I need to go take care of some things. But thank you so much for your encouragement and for letting me know what you think. And thank you for letting me play show and tell with you and
Yeah, I'll have to
all the
rewatch
other.
what I missed. I'll send you the picture of that sign that
Okay.
Gotham City. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure you could probably go ahead and start on that. I think that he would not flake on you. I mean, wait,
Oh, you mean
whoops,
on
my
the?
wife just sent me a message. You don't need to put anything in for me, silly. Didn't realize you were streaming. Just wanted to see if you were hungry too. No, I just cheated and had some Reese's peanut butter bars, but I just got some Cokes, and I got a couple of these sparkling white grape, but then I got three of these. This isn't real alcohol, ladies and gentlemen. This is for New Year's. It's grape juice, and
Nice.
I got that vanilla mocha she likes and stuff like that. So
Cool.
and I gotta because my I have a we have two beds next to each other that work together, but they're electronic. They move up and down, and the mechanism in mine stopped working. So I need something to prop myself up. I got this fuzzy pillow from Dollar General. So um, anyway, yeah, I'm sorry of keeping your cats hungry. But yeah, that's great. Yeah. Um.
This is Shadow.
Oh
Shadow.
shit, Shadow. How many cats do you have?
Just two. Shadow. Shadow was probably. We named her that because she was so timid. When we first got her, she would never come out. She was always under the bed and hiding, and she was always in the shadows. So Shadow was the name I came up with for her. And now she's on the show, she's embarrassed and she's going away.
Yeah,
But,
I'd be embarrassed too, man.
she's my long-haired black kitty. I've got a short-haired black kitty named Olivia. I kind of named her after Olivia Hussey,
Oh yeah,
um,
yeah.
who we lost recently.
Right. Yeah, yeah. My wife says she needs to go to the post office today. It's today or never. Well, the post office will be open on New Year's Eve, and it'll be open on Thursday too. But yeah, we'll get it off today. But it's I go back to work Friday, so it's not. I think I have a box that's big enough. She's wanting to mail a surprise to her. No, it's not a surprise. Actually, she told her friend. So anyway, I probably should be quiet about that in case that person's watching. Um, cool.
Oh, I was going to show you something I purchased at the thrift store recently. I just thought I would show you this lamp.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I recently found the lampshades for it. I bought two of the lamps and then couldn't find any lampshades that I felt were appropriate. And this isn't. I don't believe these are old. I think these are modern. But I've seen
It's
your lamps.
probably sometimes for there was a while there, Target was putting out a line of vintage style looking stuff that looked pretty good. I forget what they called it. It was like some number they had for it. Like they were putting out what was supposed to be mid century modern looking stuff. Oh, the dog wants to be fed as well. I got her some food. Um, yeah, that's cool.
So I was pretty proud of that I found that, and the price that I picked it up for was just unbelievably low. So I'm pretty tickled that it came out looking as nice as it did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, my
All
friend,
right.
I'm gonna go get some food for my kitties because they're driving me up the wall here.
Okay.
And like I said, thank you for allowing me to show my work, and hopefully maybe we can get some paintings sold. That'd be good.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know I'd buy one, and Jumbo sounds interested in a Sheena thing, and Kevin wants the shit that whatever this mask sign for 29.
Okay.
He said 49 cents, but the sign said 29 cents. But he might want it to say 49. I don't know. I'll ask
Okay.
him.
All right.
Anyway, sounds good. Take care.
I will check back and see if you're doing another. Are you planning on doing a live stream tonight or?
Oh no, I'm probably not. I'm just gonna go for. I don't think so. Today is
Okay.
what, Monday. No, I think we're gonna go out to. Yeah, I need to take my wife out. She hadn't been. She's feeling better
Beautiful.
now. She hadn't been feeling well. I think we're gonna go to this Mexican restaurant. But
Pamper your wife. Make her feel like a queen.
yeah. So I'll be taking her out, and then I'm hoping that Last Frontier Comics will come back here in a little bit and come on for a little bit on the
Okay.
show. But anyway,
Well,
take
after
care.
I get done doing my stuff, I'll check back and see if you're still live. But if you're not, I'll talk to you another time.
And if
I'll see
you
you later.
ever, here's a great idea because I thought of it. Uh, Sometime if you're painting or doing some art, it would be really cool if you were doing it live. I'm thinking of doing that myself, selling some art and showing myself create it live. If
That's a good
that's
idea.
something you'd like to do, is put a camera and we can kind of watch your progress. That imagine if someone has commissioned a piece and they can kind of watch you in a little square on the side of the screen during a show creating that art. That would be amazing. I don't
That's a
think
cool
anyone's ever
idea.
done that before. Would you want to do? Would you like that idea, or want to do that,
I,
or?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Sometimes I get fatigued. It's like I'll get right in the middle of something and I'll go, you know what? I'll work on the rest of this tomorrow.
In other words, you go fuck it and throw a bottle against the wall. You don't want to show that part. It's like goddamn motherfucker. I don't
Shit.
want to show the way artists really work. I'm
Well,
just kidding.
we artists are temperamental, and we blow up at the smallest thing. You know that. So I was going to show. Let me show one more thing. I don't think I've shown this one before. Let me show this one more thing. I don't think I've shown this. Maybe I have. Maybe you can tell me. I did this Freddy Krueger.
Oh my gosh.
Can you see that?
Yeah, man. Damn.
That's
He
all.
looks.
That's all colored markers.
Yeah, he really looks more like a burn victim than he did in the movie.
That was a convoluted mess. It was hard to come up with that. I was looking at a drawing and I was using that as a reference, and it was hard. It was hard making all the burn marks and everything. That was difficult.
So you're just doing that for yourself, just for display, huh?
Yeah, I just did it for myself for display. It wasn't an assignment or a project or anything like that. It was just, hey, I'm gonna do Freddy Krueger. But
My wife says that's what the normies don't understand about blowing up.
that's
Normies.
true. Losing
When
one's shit.
when did people start using the term normie to? Well, that's not that old a word.
I've never even heard that. Your wife saying it is the first time I've heard it.
No, it's just like people, talk about people that are uninformed. That they just call them normies. Oh, Nancy Pelosi, that looks just like her, man.
Nancy Pelosi. You know, to be honest, though, to be fair, I haven't seen any pictures of Nancy Pelosi when she was younger, but I bet she was a very beautiful woman. I mean, you
I've seen
can,
a picture of her as like a teenager shaking hands with John F. Kennedy.
yeah. I've
Wait,
never
no,
seen any
no, I'm
pictures.
serious. I would have said Abraham Lincoln if I was trying to be mean, but she wasn't ugly.
Oh,
But most
I can
people aren't
tell.
ugly when they're in high school. Well,
You
heck, I
can,
was, but
well, you can see. I mean, I can see Nancy Pelosi. You can see in her face that she used to be a very strikingly beautiful woman. I'm sure.
yeah,
I'm sure.
yeah, but that's what a pact with Satan will do to you, right?
That's true. Or all the alcohol and drugs
Yeah, I
and
was going to say that, but I
crap
don't
like
want to
that.
disparage her. I was like, there's no proof that she drinks
No,
at all.
no, there's not. But she's funny. I love watching videos of her when she's trying to explain away something. And it's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
You ever see her
but
show her giant refrigerator units with all the different ice cream that she has?
no, I've never seen that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's like unbelievable. It's like she's
Wow.
got more ice cream than Kevin has masks in his store, man.
She's one of those ice cream fanatics, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
31,000 wonderful flavors.
Oh, Myers, my wife's saying, I think even hippies said that, normies. Myers says 2014 or 2015. Gotham City, 2015. First, I heard normies, probably about the time that Trump was running for president, then, is when I first started, says Meyer. The saying is easy on the eyes, hard on the heart. Oh, okay.
We're talking about Nancy Pelosi being easy on the eyes and hard on the heart. Is that what you're saying?
I think maybe I'm not really quite sure what he I don't think I trust me, she was never Betty Page. It's just she wasn't as hideous when she
No.
was shaking hands with John F. Kennedy, but then that
No.
was 60. No, that would have been about 63 years ago.
Yeah.
And so that would have, that means she's probably about I don't know, man.
Almost
I don't know. I
almost
mean,
in her 80s.
I'll see if I can't
But
find that picture. Let me
okay.
see if I can't find it. Anyway, I don't want your cat starving, man.
Yeah, they're going to start gnawing on the furniture here pretty soon, so I
Yeah,
need to get
really.
going. But all right, I'll chat with you later.
All right, take care. Bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
I'm gonna go into the Phantom Zone and see if I can't find that picture. Okay, hold on. Damn it. No, shit. Okay. All right. I've got it finally. Sorry. You can't see it, can you? Okay. Well, that's Nancy Pelosi with John F. Kennedy. How about that? Okay. Did find the pic of Nancy from earlier this year on the beach in Italy with the low cut one piece. Hubba hubba, says Meyer. I'd be trying not to break her other hip, but that's just me. My goodness. Okay. Um, I'm sorry. I'm trying to finish up this damn um, this John Gores disc. Meyer says, now that I'm 60, I find Hazel attractive. God, Hazel, that TV show. It's based on a cartoon or a comic panel in the newspaper, but that was never funny either. Hazel. That was one of the things that was all seems like it was always on TV when I was a kid in syndication, and it would always be right before or after something that I wanted to watch, so I'd have to see a little bit of Hazel to while I'm waiting for my show to come on. Um, but Hazel may have been some beautiful starlet in the 1920s, and I just the actress that played her, I don't know. The earlier entries for normies on Urban Dictionary are from 2008. Oh man, people are my wife's going all out trying to find the origins of that word. Man, she's like a detective. Um, she's gonna find when that word was first used. There's a dictionary. Is it the Oxford Dictionary? That's not just a single book, but in a giant set of volumes, and you can look up any word in the English language, and it will trace it back to its origin, and it will have they'll find a sentence using the word every century going back until the word didn't exist. So they'll find, I don't know how they did that in the days before the internet, but it was, that's a big time dictionary. It really gives you the, what is the word, etymology, the where the words come from and everything. And so sometimes really fascinating, like the word grotesque. I don't remember what Italian artist, some famous Italian artist, might have been, was it Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, some famous artist in Italy. Well, someone was like digging and then they dug a hole and they fell through and they found that there was something underground. They went down there into this hole and they found all these paintings they had dug into basically the basement of some ancient building. And they looked around and saw these hideous faces of Medusa and all these mythological horrible monsters. And they realized, oh, I don't want to tell this story wrong. Let me go back into the Phantom Zone and I'll tell you this accurately. Can, can you hear me? Let me ask. Let's see here, man. Could you hear me when I was just now, guys? Because I'll read from that piece. Um, my wife says it seemed to be something disabled people called able-bodied people. Oh, really? Meyer, Meyer Greenblatt says, yes, I don't know any kid that intentionally was watching Hazel. And my wife says, Greta says, I think I remember people in the 90s using that word because they were supposedly the weirdos and the rest of the population were the normies according to their snobbery. Yeah, my wife says, yeah, we could hear you, the terrible 12. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to where I was then. So the word grotesque is from the 1600s. It's from a noun from the 1560s, from Italian grotesco, literally of a cave. The explanation that the word first was used of paintings found on the walls of Roman ruins revealed by excavation. Originally merely fanciful and fantastic, the sense became pejorative, clownishly absurd, uncouth after mid 18th century. Um, um, Basically, I don't know. The story I heard is they found these caves, these grottos that were from some Roman emperor that had all these horrible paintings on the wall, and so the word grotesque meant to be, and like that grotto, the paintings they would find in those grottos. And so that's where grotesque comes from. Um, yeah, so anyway, who cares? Okay, back to John Gores. Oh, let me show you how I did an opening for his. I did an opening for it. Let me show you. See so you can see it. I did. I put. Let me see. The hell is that? BFG. They're trying to get me to watch that. Okay, this is the disc I put together for. So it starts like this. We have the sound on. Where's the? I probably shouldn't show that because Disney owns it, but you know what the Captain America opening looks like. Like the sound is probably going to get me in trouble too, so I'll probably go away. Okay, now I can show you. Yeah, Disney's very. They okay. And that cuts to John Goris's stuff. That edit wasn't good. I wish I had done that edit better. I don't know why. I don't know why Jerry Davis was saying this is very violent. I'm gonna take some bottles upstairs, put them in the refrigerator. 47 Ronin, a historic event in feudal Japan on New Year's Eve, 1703. 47. Oh, and my wife says, LOL. So I'll label this. Let me take this disc out and label it John Goris 1. And I think I'm going to be able to fit his entire YouTube catalog on one disc. Now, there's some stuff you can get off of Internet Archive that is YouTube would never allow on. So I might put that on too, but I can't do the show while I do that. Shit. So, John Goris 1. Oh, man. Okay, now where's the remote for the Roku? There it is. I think I'd like to do some freak show banners myself. Let me turn the sound down. I think I'll start by putting special at the beginning. Yeah, let's do this. Damn it. Okay. And then I go back to the beginning of the playlist. Again, these playlists are available for you to watch all of John Goris's stuff. Every time you go to the playlist, it'll still get it links back to his channel. So he'll be getting a view. Let's see. This music might have copyright, so I'll turn it down. But you've got to subscribe to him like immediately and then come back here. Because how are you not subscribed to this channel? It doesn't make any sense to me why you would subscribe to this channel and not be subscribed to that channel. John Goris, Goras. Okay, so next step. I'm going to transport a tree. With that, I don't want to drop any ornaments. There goes one. Then I can just take the tree down next Christmas and it will already have all the ornaments on it. Will it fit through the door into the elevator? Ah, shit, that didn't sound good. What was that horrible noise? I broke an ornament. Crap. But it's it's not a family ornament. It's a shitty ornament I got from an antique store. But that's not good. Okay. Now the ornament that fell over here is not broken, and this is a family heirloom thing. So lucked out on that. I'll just send the elevator up. Close the door, go meet it upstairs. Here it comes, man. I gotta get a new Wi-Fi going here. All right. Incredible. This is one of Drew's babies here. This giant pile of clothing that I've got to do something with here. Ah, that's heavy, man. Oh, someone's trying to come in. It's Scott from Last Frontier. Hey, what's up?
How you doing, Gradu?
Doing all right. What are you up to?
Um, Nothing much. Lazing around this week.
Yeah. Kevin from Gotham City says he's putting up the tree today. He's getting an early start for next year. Well, any new arrivals?
I just got a few books. This time of year, I usually take a little break
Yeah.
from picking up stuff, but I end up getting a few books. Um, I got a Battle Action Atlas.
Oh, let's take a look. This is for your personal collection?
Yeah, all this stuff's my personal stuff.
All right.
Battle Action #8. I believe it's
Wasn't
from
there a was there a comic called Battle Action in the 70s also?
I believe so.
Yeah, I thought so too. Was that what did the Atlas Seaboard was it called Battle Action? Or was it
Uh,
a DC comic called Battle Action?
I don't think there wasn't a DC. It could have been an Atlas.
Yeah, they had a couple of it was weird when Atlas Seaboard, I mean it was Atlas Seaboard was created to destroy Marvel, but when they would do a DC imitation, it seemed a little odd. But they did do a war comic that seemed more like a DC comic than a Marvel one, and that seemed like the only Well, they also did an Archie type comic, but for most of Atlas's comics, seemed very. They were trying to make it look very Marvel like. Yeah. So what else? So did you show the battle action? I was distracted by moving a tree. Oh yeah, look at that, man! Fantastic.
Let's see, which were the war ones? They had Blazing Battle Tales, Sergeant Hawk,
Right, Blazing Battle Tales and
um,
okay.
Savage Combat Tales, featuring Sergeant Stryker, Stryker
Right.
Plus Squad, and that's pretty much it. They had a Western action.
Yeah, there probably wasn't another battle action. That's just me probably thinking that.
Well, if Marvel held on to the rights to the title, they wouldn't let anybody use it.
Right, of course.
I also get this. I get this because of the Wally Wood cover. I got a Prison Break #1. This was from 1951.
Oh, look at that.
When I got this, what I thought was cool was they shipped it with a clear backing board. Have you ever seen those clear backing boards?
I've never seen one in person, but I know they exist. Wow, that's
I
pretty
mean, it's
slick.
really invisible, but this has a clear backing board, so you can see the. It's almost like glass, so you can see really well in the back cover.
Yeah, those are a lot more expensive, right? Obviously.
Yeah, I imagine. I imagine. I wouldn't spend the money for them. I mean,
Hey,
you get
you
them
know what
like.
they would look good for though is if you put comics on a spinner rack. If you because when you put comics on a spinner rack and you can see through to the other side and see the white boards and they really that would be good for that purpose alone. If anything else. Hey, Paulo, have you
What's
met
up, guys?
Paulo Scott? You ever been on at the same
Yeah,
time?
through Messenger. By
You
Messenger, well, I put on the thing about. I like talking to Paulo.
oh okay, but have you ever been on the show at the same time? I guess when
No, I don't believe
No,
so.
no, I don't
okay,
think so. No.
cool. Well, it's good to see you, Paulo. What have you been up to?
Uh,
Not much. Uh, we're gonna get a bunch of the family together for New Year's and eat a lot.
Were you telling me, I could be completely making this up? Were you telling me that in your country, New Year's is bigger than Christmas, or did I dream that?
You dreamt that.
Okay. You were telling me that Christmas was super important then, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. As opposed to, obviously, you don't celebrate Thanksgiving.
No.
That would make no sense.
That's because we didn't kick out the Indians. We had no Indians to kick out.
Oh, yeah. Well, how is that word pronounced? Is it saudade?
Saudade.
Sa- Say that one more time.
Saudade.
Saudado?
Saudade.
Saudade. Saudado. Do the people in Brazil have a J sound at the end of it?
Yeah, they turn. See, when you have a mute e, the mute e turns into an I. So, and the d's and the d's turn into j's, and the t's turn into ch's.
Oh my gosh. So
I have no idea where they come up with that. It's not something that they picked up from the African slaves. So I don't know where they came up with that. The people in Angola don't speak like that.
is the difference between Brazilian Portuguese and your Portuguese different enough to create communication problems?
Not yet. More on their side. You see, Brazil as a in Brazil they make up a lot of words that don't exist, especially regionally. And then they don't they're not used to hearing us speak because we don't export any media to them. So we arrive there on vacation and they're like, what?
Huh. So wow. So is it's kind of like when we hear people in England talking here in the United States, is that kind of the difference, or is it
Yeah.
worse?
Yeah, if people are speaking like they're from Liverpool and you guys don't understand it, that's like it's like that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so I got the tree upstairs. That was very painless. Okay, so yeah, so man, well, let's see what other comics you got there, Scott.
I got one more that I picked up. I picked up a Starling Comics 28 Fighting Yank,
Oh, there's
fighting
three.
the.
I think there's three different Startling Comics facsimiles coming out in a few days. Kevin from Gotham City was telling me, isn't that right? He's Gotham City is asking what happens in the future, Paulo.
Uh,
I was joking earlier that it's 5 days ahead in Portugal.
no, it's 5 hours ahead.
I was joking. I was trying to be humorous. Um, I already forgot that joke, and I was wondering, what
That
are you talking about?
there will be some weird fractal patterns of the planet's rotation if we could be 5 days ahead.
That would be cool if you could just call up a friend in another country and they could tell you what's going to happen. Have I died yet? Check the obituaries. I don't
No,
know,
it is
man.
kind of weird because by the we always have the on the news. What are they doing for in other countries for New Year's Eve? So the by the time we get to the lunchtime news over here, it's already tomorrow. It's already next year in New Zealand. So they always start showing New Zealand, some Pacific islands, then Australia. By the time we get to the dinner time TV news, uh, Japan, China, Malaysia, India. So we always see what's going on in the other countries, and we only see what you guys do for New Year's the following day.
Well, in Massachusetts, we have
Hold
this
on.
unique
Switching
custom
Wi-Fi. Am I
in
back in? Okay.
Massachusetts. We sit around
On New
and
Year's,
watch the Three Stooges marathon.
damn it.
That's what we do.
Yeah, one of the TV channels, one of the TV channels here is doing a Big Brother special. Big Brother only plays here now.
Hmm.
I don't know why. And their Big Brother ends, and we have Secret Story.
Yeah, I was. Am I back?
Yeah,
Yeah. New Year's Eve, when on the TV coverage, it's a big deal when it becomes the new year on the East Coast in New York and everything, and that's when the ball drops and everything. And then all the networks go off the air and say, "Well, what a great celebration!" And then it turns midnight here, an hour later, and everything's gone back to local programming. It's not a big deal. So uh,
yeah.
it's
We have some. Usually our comedians on this on the state television network. Our comedians put up a show. Then everybody waits until midnight, and the show ends at midnight 15. Then a movie that nobody wants to see starts playing.
yeah. Okay, Kevin says next week Cryptology 2, which is a great new magazine that I think is like a successor to the Monster Times or Castle of Frankenstein, because it doesn't just cover monster movies, it covers monsters and comics history and in all kinds of media. And then this is all coming out, I think, next week. Pre-Code Classics Ghost Comics Volume 2 soft cover. So that must be that pre-code comic that's just called Ghost, right? With a great uh, pinup type art on the cover. Do you have any copies of that, Scott?
No, no. I don't have much for Golden Age horror. I pretty much stay away from that.
Just because it's high dollar or it's just not your interest?
It's high dollar, and I had to uh, I had to come up with one area I was going to focus on for Golden Age, and that was pretty much Wally Wood and war comics.
War and
War,
Fiction House
war,
too,
war,
right?
related, war related, like superhero war or regular war.
Yeah, well, that's pretty big. But you also are big into Fiction House, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah. Fiction House, mostly all their war titles like Fight,
Right. Okay.
Wings.
Okay. And then that must be the comic that's being reprinted there. And then PS Art Books Horror Monsters Magazine #4. That's the Charlton '60s famous monsters imitation they're reprinting. And then they're reprinting Startling Comics number 47, 48, and 59. And those are from the time period with the girls fighting the monsters, the alien monsters. I think those science fiction looking covers. It's the same startling you just showed a minute ago with that had the fighting yank or whatever, but it became more of a science fiction comic as
Yeah,
the
as it
years
went on,
progressed.
it became more of science fiction airbrush, Stromberg airbrush covers.
Yeah. So that's the time period that they're concentrating on making these fake facsimile comics. I mean, what do you think of the facsimile comics?
I love them for Golden Age in high price books.
Yeah, that's what
I think
PS
it's
Art Books does.
a waste of time, like making facsimiles of like books from the '80s and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah, doing Crisis on Infinite Earths and stuff,
All that crap.
but when they're doing stuff from the '60s and even
The
early
'60s,
'70s, I don't mind.
but the '60s, Golden Age, Silver Age. That's great.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I mean, some people are more down on them than others, but I mean, to me, it's a fun thing. And then a new Vampirus Carmilla 25 comes in, and that's all. When are those supposed to get in, Kevin? Are those coming in like Thursday night? Um, I I'm gonna do some artwork for Meyer, and he's gonna. And I said, I'll just do it free. He says, well, I'll put some money down for you with Kevin at Gotham City. So hopefully the money he puts down for that, I can get some of this stuff, plus something from my whole pile. Plus, I sent a book back to him. I accidentally got a book twice, and then I wound up with his copy. So I sent it back. He should get it tomorrow, and then I'll get the copy of. is that they're doing these facsimiles of these monster magazines from the '60s. These Charlton famous monsters type books were printed on even cheaper paper than they printed their comics on, and they're just famous. They even says in the mycomicshop listing, this magazine rather, is famous for its notoriously bad paper quality. It's almost like they're warning you. Don't be surprised if this falls apart in your hands. And so they're doing reprints of that on, slick paper. Um,
I got
I mean,
something. My friend sent me. This is a French trade paperback of the first 5 issues of the Avengers.
that's great. Is that Alex Ross? It's got
Yeah,
to be
and then inside issues 1 to 5 of the Avengers
in color or black and white. Oh, it's the
in
color.
in color. Yeah,
That's really nice. I
yeah,
love the cover. Who would have thought they'd use a cover like that? That's pretty pretty classy.
yeah.
Uh, Damn.
This is like 130 pages, and it only costs €7, so it's like $8.
Yeah, you see, that's got to be the future of comics. Really, I think that comics as they are now aren't going to make it, but I think that if they can just figure out a way to affordably put out
Check out
stuff
the
like
French
that,
text.
because someone was talking the other day. I think it was. Do you ever watch this guy Journo? He kind of looks like this urban. He's got the chains and everything and the backward cap. He's actually an elementary school teacher, but he looks like he grew up in the hood, and he kind of has that attitude. But he was talking about at the school. He sees that the elementary school kids do read comics, but the they're reading stuff like Dog Man and Cat Kid and these they're in comic format, but they're a complete story, and it's pretty thick. And but if they could put out these superhero comics in a format where you get an entire story, because a kid isn't going to be able to spend what do comics cost now, $6-7 a copy, and then you get hardly anything happening because the stories not much happens in an average issue of these modern comics, and they're not interested in that, but they will read. I don't know. At least at
I
a younger
always,
age, they'll read more.
I always thought that was going to be the future of them, anyways.
It has to
Maybe
be.
put out a couple issues a year, but they're going to be in trade paperback format. Big like trade size and stuff, because it's like you said, waiting every month, and they're so expensive now for a comic.
Yeah, and they have a different. I mean, the kids they want stuff immediately. They are not used to waiting
Yeah,
for.
That's
they don't want
that's
to come back
so
next month.
popular.
I mean,
Yeah,
and especially they're not okay. See this comic. That looks great. Yeah, and after you finish this story, which doesn't end, you have to come back next month for more. Do
Yeah,
I? No, I don't.
well,
especially if it's a bad story, then their sales plummet.
there's this spin-off from Dogman called Cat Kid, and this Cat Kid is a clone of this evil cat or something, and he's friends with all these tadpoles and weird little creatures, and they have a comic book club where they create their own comics, and then you see the comics that each one of these creatures creates, and you because the whole thing's supposed to look like it was drawn by a fourth grader. The whole book is, but then you see the creations of these animal creatures, and they're creating comics, and it's very much like what I did in third, fourth grade, where I made my own comic books, but these kids are reading these fake comics created by these woodland creatures, but they've never, I don't think, read or seen a real comic book. But this book is teaching them how to make comics. It's kind of a weird thing, but
It
uh,
reminds me of a book that came out years ago. I don't know if you heard of it. It's called, I believe it was Axe Cop. And
no,
what
I
it
don't know
was,
that.
this guy, he put out these trade paperbacks, and what they were, is he had his brother, which was like 8 years old, 7 or 8 years old, and he had action figures, and he would go and play with the action figures with his brother, and his brother would, act out things, and you know how little kids are with all the different action figures, and he actually turned around and made it a comic book, and it was quite popular.
Okay, well, they do that in these Cat Kid books. They have comics that are drawn
Right.
about superheroes, and then they have some where they take photographs of action figures that they've modified and have it in that style with photographs with word balloons, and then they have some of those little creatures create like a comic book that's all haiku, and it's. But I think there's a. I don't know. It's. I just kind of think I don't really I don't really care if the comic industry continues. I don't have anything invested in it, and the characters that I love, to me, they don't belong in today's world, and so I don't really care to see new adventures of Spider-Man, or because I don't think Spider-Man should have existed past 1974. He belongs in the 60s.
Well, I agree with you there. You talked to me about 10 years ago, and I'd be terrified about comic books stopping, but now I could care less because they're so bad.
Well,
Independent ones are good, but I mean, the big two, it's all crap.
I mean, yeah, these characters make sense in another time period. I mean, really, they have to alter it so much to make it. I mean, Peter Parker being a photographer for a newspaper, that doesn't make sense today, because today it would have to be he'd have to be selling it to someone online, the photographs. So that's why in the Spider-Man movies they changed J. Jonah Jameson basically into Alex Jones. I mean, that's what he was supposed to be. Um,
Well, what is Peter Parker now, anyways? You think about it. What is he now? I mean,
I don't
it's
know. Is he in his 30s? Didn't he become like a science school teacher? And
then he ended up forming his own multi-million-dollar company and
oh, he did.
and all that stuff, and and now Mary Jane is with some other guy, and it's they screwed up.
Literally, really, they've done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that back.
Currently, he's not back with her.
Nope.
No.
Back in the they put them together in the new Ultimate Spider-Man, and that
Yeah,
was
everyone's
the
saying
best
that's the way that it should be.
right, and it was the best selling comic book Marvel had in years because they put them together because that's what all they wanted. From what I understand is Quesada was going through his own problems, so he didn't want those two married, so that's why he did the whole Mephisto storyline and broke them up and all that stuff.
What do you mean going through his own problems with his marriage?
Yeah.
I don't
And
want to
Quesada
say for a
basically
fact, but
decided,
that was a rumor.
since I can't be married, Spider-Man can't be married. What does
Pretty
that have? What does that have to do with the price of oil in China? I don't know. The guy was being weird.
yeah. He
Well,
totally destroyed the whole book because that was up until that point. That was the only thing that was keeping Spider-Man going was that relationship,
Hmm.
well,
and
the
then
thing is,
they destroyed
yeah,
it.
they create this comic in the early '60s, and they say, okay, unlike National, the competitors, they're stuck doing the same thing for decades. We're going to have our heroes age, but I guess they weren't really thinking that eventually your character is going to be as old as Superman is over at the other company, and, and then so they had him graduate high school and then college, and um, I didn't. I didn't think Gwen Stacy should have been killed, and I guess they were trying to show this book has real consequences. People can die, but what is she now? A clone from another dimension? Why is Gwen
She's
Stacy
from a different
existing?
time. She's from a different multiverse. You know how they have their multiverse where there's different worlds, different Earths. Well, in
And
the
she's
Spider-Man, they really push it because the Into the Spider-Verse became popular and all that.
Yeah.
So they have so many different Spider-Mans on so many different Earths, and she's pretty much the Spider-Man of her Earth. They basically have almost the same background, same tragic background to a point. Somebody died close to them, which caused them to become that. Like
Okay.
they each have their own Uncle Ben archetype.
So does the Spider-Man of this world interact with this other spider person that
He,
looks exactly like his old girlfriend back
they
from the 60s?
Well, Peter Parker doesn't. No, she's regulated to like Miles Morales.
But isn't Miles Morales on the same Earth as the Peter
He
Parker
wasn't, but now they are. It's weird. They go back and forth whenever they want to try to boost sales.
And don't even ask about Spider Boy.
No,
And
and
there's a Spider Punk,
I'm
and
not even going to ask about him. That whole concept is stupid.
uh, I yeah, I had this epiphany a week ago where I don't have any track of time, and I was talking to, I think Meyer and Kevin were on at the time, and I said, because Kevin's always getting these people coming sometimes while he's on live, and they say, I've got some old comics and all this bunch of shit from the 90s or 2000s, and technically they're old because when I was a kid, and I thought, boy, that comic's old, man. That's great. And it was 1974, and it was a comic from 1967 or 68, and I thought that was old. It was really recent, but I thought it was ancient because I wasn't. I was born. It came out when I was learning to walk, so or whatever, learning whatever. So it. But so a young person today thinks the comics from the 1990s. That's like the golden age.
Well, I tell you, I love comics from the 1990s when somebody sells them to me for a nickel a piece, and I can
And
turn around and sell them for $2 a piece. That's the only way I like the books from the 90s.
well, okay, well, if you could sell them, yeah, sure. I mean, if
I sell them. I sell them. They do sell because people, if you get them for such a cheap price, you can put them up and sell them, and you sell, like 10 or 20 a month. You may it's worth it.
yeah, well, the thing is, what I was thinking is how much I'm nostalgic for the way comic collecting was in the 1970s. And when I first got my first Overstreet Price Guide in the summer of 76 and looking at all these old books and in there and imagining someday maybe having some of them but I guess in 1976, if some weren't many comic stores then, but if someone had come in and said, "Hey, I've got some old comic books," you knew that everything they were going to bring in, almost 100%, is going to be something interesting. Because I was saying to them, I said, I realized, or even if you went back a few years to 1970, 71 to be a comic collector then, all old comics were interesting. They were all great unless they were all a bunch of treasure chest Sunday school comics, and those weren't even that bad. I mean, every even or Classics Illustrated, that wasn't even that bad. I was just thinking there weren't any bad comics. They were before 19. At least maybe it wasn't written well, but it was still a cool thing to own. Any comics before the 70s were cool. So as someone who said, "I'm bringing in old comics," wow, it's going to be great. And now if someone says, "I'm bringing in old comics," 95% chance it's going to be shit because so many
Yeah.
decades have gone by where it was almost all bad stuff. And they produce so much of it that the majority of comics in existence in the world now are shitty. Whereas back when I was a kid, the majority of comics that existed in the world were cool. I know maybe that's a very, uh,
Well, it's
I'm
proof
sure
that
that pisses off people that are younger than me, but that's just how I see it.
look
What do
at
you think?
Kevin. When Kevin gets comics in, if they're anything from the 70s and back,
Yeah.
everybody's fighting over them.
Yeah.
And everything after that, nah, who cares? But after that, you get lots of people. Oh, I'll take that. I'll take that. Even no matter what the condition, it's because they're appealing.
Well, yeah, you were on the show when he was showing those comics he got from that lady that had, right?
Yes.
That was the
Yeah.
last time you were on. And I've got some of those, but some of the high dollar ones were picked up by high dollar people.
Mm.
That one with the first appearance of Mary Jane, he sold for $400, which is, I mean, you could probably get a good copy of that for 120 or something off of mycomicshop.com, but this one looked like it was brand new off the rack.
Yep.
So I guess that causes it to go. I mean, if it was put in a stupid slab of plastic, I bet who knows what it would go for in that condition.
I think the fad of slabbing is slowly disappearing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's too. There's so many different problems right now with them, controversies. I mean, the scams. It's like I think a lot of people are going away from them. You know.
yeah. Kevin just said something really profound. I think we should celebrate old years instead of New Year's. That's
Yeah.
a great idea. Yeah. Okay. This year we're going to celebrate 1974 or 1952. Justin says not much happens when they finish the story of the modern comics anyway. Issue to issue as a whole arc, it is all fluff.
Yeah.
And then Justin says, since cigars are bad, no more cigars too. Yeah, see, if they make a Fantastic Four movie and he's not chomping on a cigar, it's not going to work. It sounds so minor, but it's important. It's important to see James Bond smoking a cigarette. I don't like cigarettes. I don't approve of them, but James Bond needs to be smoking. It's part. It's like Sherlock Holmes without a pipe.
Right.
Meyer says Spider Dennis. Yeah, I was just talking to Meyer the other day. I discovered that Marvel did like 13 issues of a Dennis the Menace comic. And he said, oh, it was probably part of their Star Comics line when they did the line for little kids that looked like Harvey comics. I said, no, it's got a Marvel Comics group stripe going across the top. And on one issue, it's got a picture uh,
It's
of
about
Dennis the
three or four
Menace as
years.
Spider-Man. What's that, Paul?
It's about 3 or 4 years before they launched the Star Comics brand. They did Dennis the Menace around 1981, 82. So they had the rights to a couple of Hanna-Barbera properties.
I
They put
remember
out
the Hanna-Barbera era, yeah.
They put out Dennis the Menace, and they also had the rights to the Smurfs. So they put out a kids Smurf comic.
I remember the Smurfs and them doing that. Well, I remember also the Hanna-Barbera line. Some of those are high dollar because they have Dave Stevens doing the Herculoids and Alex Toth doing Space Ghost, which is the character. Didn't Toth do? Am I pronouncing it right? It is Toth, right?
Yeah.
I hear people calling him Toth. And then I hear these influencers on the what is his name? Comic Book Tom's calling him John Romita, and it's like what? What? John Romita? First appearance. Myers saying first appearance of the Spider Verse is in a Dennis the Menace comic from the '80s. Yeah, because I sent a picture. Let me see if I can't conjure that one up. But yeah. So. Do you have any of those Hanna-Barbera comics, Scott, in your sale catalog from Marvel?
From Marvel, I might have a couple around that I haven't put up yet. That's weird about that stuff. That stuff sells. It's like give me a box full of Hanna Barbera stuff. I'll take it over X-Men right now because that stuff sells.
Uh,
It's just modern X-Men, not old stuff, but you know
When I was around 9, 10, I avoided the little kid comics, even though the little kid comics, Marvel and DC were all published by the same publisher.
mm,
I still got some here from. So let me see
Look at that.
okay.
See that's the first appearance of the Spider-Verse.
uh,
But it's weird to see the Marvel Comics Group logo on a Dennis the Menace comic. That's just surreal. I never seen that comic in my life. Have you ever seen that one?
That's the first time I've seen that.
I thought maybe it was like a fake that someone had created for, they create fake covers, but I think that is real.
Like this one is from 1986, and it's Captain America. So this is like digest size.
Okay. I think the smaller size is the way to go for the younger audience. An omnibus is a ridiculous thing. It's too heavy. It's too cumbersome. I mean,
Doesn't
I
make
don't,
sense to me. You know,
The
I don't want to read a doorstop.
letter
yeah.
section, and then the backup stories. Old X-Men stories in here. They were going to run a couple of Neil Adams stories which they had never published because these guys only started publishing Marvel in 1979, and they only got the rights to everything that mattered by 83. So they didn't. So stuff from the 60s that they wanted to publish, they had never done it. But that's how you end up with X-Men stories in Captain America. Oh, and Indiana Jones, which at this time was the only permanent backup on Captain America. Well, that kind of makes some
Huh.
sense.
I love these things. This is beat the crap. I love these things.
Oh yeah, I call those phone books, but
Yeah,
I guess they're kind of like manga, right? As far as the
yeah,
format, sort of.
yeah. It's like they're all black and white. I mean, It was only $10. I remember
Yeah.
getting these for the kids, the grandkids, and they would love them because I would get them to them and they would color them and everything because they're black and white.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, and they're cheap enough. And who gives a crap if they beat on them or color in them or anything? But it introduced them to it, and they were good Silver Age stories. You know, I love that. In the Marvels, what were the Marvels ones? Those are showcase. I think the Marvels were what? I forget what they called them.
Essential.
Essentials. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same basic deal. Yeah. Well, they put out a lot of stuff that was never reprinted any other way. That's
Great.
true. I tried to get as many of those things as I could, and then
Check out the
sometimes they'd have sales on them. Oh, what do you got
advertising
there?
Disney comics in their Marvel comic because it's the same
Yeah.
publisher.
Yeah, overseas, it's like there wasn't as much of a division between publishers. There'd be like stuff from different publishers all in the same comic.
Yeah, I mean it's the Wild West. Because they didn't care really. There was no brand awareness throughout the 70s until the 80s. So they let the publishers do what they wanted.
Hmm.
The,
Yeah,
Like
the,
this
that's
worst,
one.
cool.
the worst thing
This
came
is this
happened
is
to Marvel.
binary.
They became
They,
collectibles. You
and
know,
it's advertising Shira.
sold as collectibles.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, they become collectibles, great, but when you stop producing them and selling them as collectibles, that's when it gets out of hand.
yeah. Although, yeah. Although, I mean, they were doing that in the '60s. Stan Lee was aware that
Yeah,
the
he's
first
one of the
Superman sold for $100, and so that's why you have Marvel's collector's item classics, and it was plastered all over the very early issues. Soon to be a collector's item, and it was
that's why
true. It really did become a collector's item, but they
but
were selling it as
slowly it doesn't happen at first, but as it goes on, it's like a snowball. It just gets bigger and bigger. That's why I mentioned to you, like, I relate the downfall of comics per se in quality, overall quality and collectability with the baseball card industry, because the baseball card industry blew up in the 80s
right.
because people started collecting them, and oh, I can make you had like these players that were rookies that were coming out, and their rookie cards were selling for like $10, $20. They never played a season in their career yet, and people were just going crazy. So baseball cards became a lottery ticket. You opened up a pack, and it was like a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
And when that market imploded and everything went through the roof, all these people that invested all their money into and their stuff is worthless, they said, hey, let's go into comics.
Or Beanie Babies.
Right. And they went into comics and the same thing happened. Marvel and DC said, hey, wow, all these people, they're buying comics because they have shiny covers or foil covers and they think, oh, those are going to be worth a lot of money. So they didn't care what was in between the covers, they cared what was on the covers. So when that market finally crashed and the people that were still in it, I mean, everything in between the covers was crap. So the people that were actually in there to read them said, I don't want any of this anymore. And the sales fell right through the floor, and you had the crash of the 90s with the comics. And
Right.
they really didn't recover until what? Until the pandemic, the comic craze. And
The
that
crash
thing,
was at. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Go
and people, they were spending all that money they were getting from the government for nothing, buying books, old books,
Yeah.
and they were paying outrageous prices for them. And now all that stuff is falling through the floor, and all those people are out of comics now. So right now, I think comics are in a real bad spot because I don't know, my sales in the past 6 months have just gone right through the floor. I mean, I
Really?
sell stuff right there, but I mean, a lot of the cheaper stuff still sells, but the high value stuff, it's just nobody's buying. I
Well,
mean,
it's people
it's a
are
whole
paying $8, $9 for eggs, right? Like we were talking about
right?
earlier. That's probably why.
You know,
But don't you think things could pick up if things improve with the new president?
I don't think. I think you'll have your collectors who collect the Silver Age and the Golden Age will still be there. They'll always be there. But to get new people in the hobby to actually start collecting the older stuff, something drastically has to change. I mean, all these people who got burnt spent thousands of dollars on comic books. Like I spent, spending $2,000 on a She-Hulk 1. All right, being told, oh, that's a great investment. They
Mhm.
spent $2,000 on the She-Hulk 1. Now the book's only worth like $100 or $200 in a 9.8.
You know
Now
that
they lost $1,800, so they're gonna say "f you" to the industry. I don't want nothing to do with this. I lost my shirt on this stuff.
Okay, so these are people that came in during the pandemic.
Pandemic
They
that
were
was
forced to
in
stay at
with
home. They
inflated prices, and anybody who was smart, and usually the older collectors who've been in it for years, knew not to spend the money on this stuff. They knew where to put the money in. They'll survive. But the problem is trying to get new people into the hobby is going to be really tough right now,
yeah,
considering half the stuff that's put out now from the characters they know is all crap. The movies are all crap. I'm
right.
hoping the Superman movie is the first one in years that I'm actually looking forward to, and that's just because crypto's in it.
Well, that's how they're it's generating a lot of interest in. Kevin was going through his racks the other day. I think I wasn't during the show. I was talking to him privately on the phone, and he was trying to find an issue that had an Alex Ross painting of crypto on the cover because
Oh
apparently
yeah, I
it's
know which one that is.
exploding. And says, I think I've got one. I don't think he wound up having it, but that wasn't anything too many people cared about. But now all these normies have discovered crypto.
But
And it,
crypto, I always thought crypto was cool. You think
me
about it,
too.
I mean, that was, I think he was one of the few characters that they did of Superman in the late 90s, early 2000s that was actually cool because they brought crypto back and basically Superman had to keep him in the Fortress of Solitude because he was a dog. And if anybody harmed him or Lois, that person was done,
Yeah.
you know? Yeah, I mean, I mean, he ripped the throat out of. I don't know if you heard of the Superman villain Mongol. He's a big, strong guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Crypto ripped his throat out in one issue, and But
Yeah, but
What
it's
what
Mongol. I mean, it gets
what
better.
time period did this happen in?
this was in the, I want to say the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, they brought back crypto around what, 2006?
Was it around there?
I think so.
Oh my God!
Well, Mongo
Really?
went after Lois, and then Crypto went and ripped his throat out. And Superman says, "Nah, you can't. He's just too dangerous." Did you think about that? A dog with Superman powers. I mean, he's more dangerous than Superman if you think about it.
Yeah, and ripping out Mongol's throat does one thing. Ripping out Toyman's throat does another.
Another.
Oh, that happened. He ripped out two people's throats.
No,
That's just an
they
example.
did it to Mongol because it's Mongol. It gets better. But if he had done that with one of Superman's regular human villains,
Uh-huh.
it would have been bad.
Yeah, I mean, Lex Luthor would be dead in about 2 days. I mean,
Okay, so basically, what happened? Crisis on Infinite Earths. They got rid of crypto and all the super pets because
right.
they that's when I was pretty much down. I hear these people online. I love Crisis on Infinite Earths. Oh, it's so great. They're making a cartoon out. It's like, well, yeah, it had beautiful art. It was fun to read at the time. But then I realized, oh shit, they really did it. They've destroyed everything I've ever loved. That's what I loved is all the crazy shit in DC. That and now I see people online, tons of them on Facebook, YouTube, commenting. It's like Superman should be dark. He should be this dark depressed God. Why is he wearing red shorts? That's ridiculous. What is this with this dog? This looks like this is made for 9, 10-year-olds. It's like, man, it's just they really
Yes,
have
there
never
there are
read a
things done
comic book.
for yeah, but there are things made for 9-year-olds. Why do you want a superhero comic to be made for you?
I love the fact that they're bringing crypto in. And then there's some people saying, "Well, it's the wrong breed of dog." Yeah, that's true, but I'm just happy that he's there. It's that they put
What matters about
crypto in.
Crypto is he's white. I
Yeah,
think that
yeah. It's like they got the right color fur. It- he's got a cape on, man. That's what's great. I think Batman should have a dog, and all these people say, "I'm really glad they don't have Robin anymore." No, I think Batman should have Robin. All these people. There was a guy that did a great man. I've got it in my history somewhere. This guy really did a great editorial on YouTube about these people and how they don't understand how great this stuff is. But yeah, these people came in during the pandemic with all this time and money on their hands, and they started buying up comics, and they were like Pinocchio. They wanted to be a real comic book collector, and they would listen to apparently Swaggle House and Comic Tom, and they would take their advice on what to buy, and they would buy incredibly high priced books. And
well, I
this
think
guy,
that I don't care for comic book Tom, but I gotta kind of defend him. Is that he does say, if you're watching this and you're watching this list, this is the wrong. You missed the boat. This is the wrong time to buy this stuff.
yeah, but I mean, it's nothing against him. It's just these people didn't know. They weren't watching older people. They're watching someone that probably isn't even 30 years old telling them what to buy. And um, I don't know. But see, so now the price, I knew this was going to happen, and I should have acted sooner because I went through my Weird War Tales comics, and I know I don't have the first Creature Commandos, and I knew that I wasn't going to be able to afford it as soon as this cartoon came on. And now it's apparently the first appearance. Someone was saying that Slab 3 sales for like $1,700. That was a $2 comic a couple
Yeah,
of
give
years
it
ago.
give it a year. Give it 2 years.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
never happens in European comics. It doesn't. Do you want to read Asterix first appearance?
Yeah.
It's like on the 40th printing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they've reprinted it
Everyone
in.
who wants to read Asterix, and Asterix is the best-selling comic of all time, everywhere. If you want to read the entire Asterix collection, you can go to the supermarket. It it's $7.
Yeah, that's true. If you want to read the story, but I don't think that's what people want. Is well,
Well,
part of it is the. I don't know, man. What I resent is I see these people that they're all buying the DC horror from the early 70s now,
Mhm.
and now they're going after weird war tales, and it's like, wait a sec, I was the guy buying that stuff when it was coming out in the early 70s, and they were superheroes, and I was only buying superhero, and now they have all those comics. Now they're coming after my stuff, and it's like, wait a minute, back off. Because I see people now showing, look at this great comic, Weird War Tales. Well, why weren't you buying it before? You
It's
have,
bad for it's bad for the industry's health if all you focus on is on the collectability.
Right.
yeah, right.
Really.
Well, part of it to me, because half the experience of a comic isn't just the story, it's the ads and the whole experience. To me, comics are a time machine to a time period. And like I open it up and I'm in that time period, just like I can listen to one of these radio air checks that I love from the 60s or the 50s. And it's like I'm there. I'm listening to news about Vietnam or what JFK is doing. And then I hear a commercial for some Hammer horror movie, and it's like, damn, I'm back in that time period, and that's what I like. I'm in a room that existed then. I'm hearing the sound and music of that time period, and I've got a comic book or magazine in front of me from that time period or a novel, and it's like it's the closest thing I can get to a time machine because I'm not real happy with the present world, although I think it'll get better with Trump. But I don't even know. I can't even see them letting Trump in. I think they're going to do something horrible, but I'm hoping not. But um, oh, I got comments to read here. I'm sorry, I forget the chat's even there, guys. Let's see here.
Oh,
Oh, okay, cool. Kevin from Gotham City says I sold a $25 slab on Saturday, but haven't sold a slab in months. Besides that, slabbing every $1 bin comic, every dollar bin comic is ridiculous. Gotham City Comics says looks like Funko Pops are finally done. Went 10 years longer than I expected. Yeah, it did go pretty long. Then Kevin says, "Oh, he just sent me a image." Okay, he says, "Don't buy comics for investing. Buy what you like. You'll never be disappointed." I've been telling my customers that since I started. See, I wanted to get that Spider-Man he got with the first Mary Jane, but I just couldn't afford that price. But someone else got it, and it's probably going to be put in a slab. But I'd love to get. Do you have that comic, Scott, for sale? First Mary Jane. Oh, I think. Are you frozen? You might be frozen. Uh, I don't know. Am I frozen? Okay. I've been telling my customers that since I started. Meyer says the Aurora Superboy model with crypto and the dragon is one of my favorites. Oh yeah, I've got that right here. They make crypto look really small in that model kit. Everyone's complaining that crypto's a smaller breed, and can you guys hear me? Oh, he
yeah.
froze and got kicked off. Hopefully he'll come back. The Aurora Super, yeah, it's a great model kit. Meyer says there was a Super Pets cartoon. Yeah, it came out a couple years ago. So presumably some kids already know about Crypto and Ace. Yes, they would actually. I think more kids know about them than adults because I think little kids know and people that are 50, 60 years old and older know. But I think most people in their 20s, 30s, 40s have never heard that there were pets that had capes. Justin says, well, and there was a time you buy a first appearance before a movie, and that had a window where it did get a boost. Yeah, like the Eternals. Then the movies, would flop, and then the new buyers wouldn't realize that was the risk. Yeah, because they're making shitty movies.
Hmm.
Or you'll get the first appearance and they'll kill off the character, or put him back in the 1940s and have the Falcon be Captain America. Or let's just kill off the Black Panther because the actor that played him happened to pass away.
No, that's the thing that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yo, that was an incredibly stupid idea. It's just, well, that would be distasteful if we continued the character. Well, you've got a multi-million-dollar intellectual property. Well, we'll just make the teenage girl the Black Panther. Yeah, it's like no one cares about that. There's tons of young actors that could be the Black Panther. That's not the only charismatic good actor in Hollywood that happens to be African American that could play the Black Panther. There's other guys. So stupid. Okay. So anyway,
So your President Peanut died.
Peanut. Yes, Jimmy Carter. Man, I that was one of the scariest pictures I saw. I don't know if you got it over there, but they took him out in a like a stretcher or a bed on wheels to vote for Kamala Harris, and they did a photo op, and it looked like he was already dead. He was laying back. Really, he looked like he was taking his last breath like
Oh,
that with his
yeah.
mouth open. That horrible face that people make when they die.
No, you know what's worse is that there's a picture of that. You have a 100-year-old senior citizen, and they use him for a photo op.
Yeah, and then there was
That's
another photo op
that's
where
I mean, and it's your party, your own political party, doing taking advantage of you, a 100-year-old senior citizen, for the photo op. So it's the Democrats disrespecting their own president.
yeah, and there was a photo. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. Joe and Jill Biden went to visit Rosalind. She was still alive, and Jimmy Carter, and they took a photo together. And Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter looked like they were out of scale, like they were hobbits, like they were half the size. They had done a photo composite, and they must have hired people that weren't too intelligent to do that, and it looked completely weird. Uh, I bet I could find that.
Yeah,
Let's see.
on Portuguese TV, they showed his state visit to Portugal in 1980 because Jimmy Carter was the first president to visit Portugal after the '74 revolution. And funny thing, he was with the president and the then prime minister, and 1 year later, the CIA murders the prime minister. But it was an accident. They were not supposed to kill the prime minister. They were supposed to kill our minister of defense.
Well,
You, ju-
I
you
didn't
just
know about
invited
any of this because they don't cover that. That's not going to be put in the press here.
Yeah, that was in
I
1981.
so we helped change the government in Portugal apparently back in the
Yeah,
70s. Is that
yeah.
sorry
Basically,
about that?
no, no, no,
Was it a good government
no.
before or was
The
it
government
better after?
no, the government fell. The CIA did not help take down the government. It helped prevent the communists from taking over the power in the power vacuum.
Oh, we did
The,
good?
yeah, the
Oh,
CIA
well, all right. Yay, USA.
the CIA basically propped up the Socialist Party to go against the Communist Party.
Okay. Well,
But then there was
all
the
right.
right wing at the time that the CIA killed the prime minister. The prime minister was from the actual right wing party, which is the Social Democratic Party, because our right wing party is called Social Democratic. uh, but the prime minister took a ride with the Minister of Defense on the plane. He was not supposed to be there. They were going to kill
Ooh.
the Minister of Defense because he did not allow the CIA to smuggle weapons for an insurrection in Iran.
So was it a revolution that was that were in the streets, or was it just a political revolution where it was just the
It, it was started by the military and used by political opposition as a means of taking down the regime. See, we had been stuck in a civil war with our colonies in Africa for
uh,
almost 15 years. And the military, quite frankly, they were tired of it.
okay,
And so they decided, yeah, we're not good. It was the rank and file officers, captains, majors. They said, oh, yeah, we're not going to go anywhere. So they cooked up a plan. They were going to take over a bunch of important military targets inside the country, and then they were going to tell the TV and radio what they had done after they, so that it let the people go to the streets to see what they were doing.
okay,
In the meantime, they didn't really have specific plans to bring down the government, but then in the same day it was happening, the opportunity appeared. They brought down the government. They allowed the the president of the Council of Ministers to exile himself to Brazil, and then they had to create an interim council before there were actual elections. So in the
God,
meantime, there were two opposing parties inside the military. One wanted to create a communist utopia, even if they had to kill a lot of people to do it, and the other ones didn't. And the CIA helped with that as well.
I heard all this noise outside, and I realized, damn, the trash men are coming today. God damn it! This last week they came. They come on Tuesday, right? So last week they
Mm-hmm.
didn't come on Tuesday. They came on Monday because it was Christmas Eve. I had no idea of that, and then so I've got a trash can overflowing, and I've got another bag in the garage, and then I see, well, I guess they don't come on New Year's Eve. They come on Monday. Maybe they've just changed it to Monday. So now I don't know where I'm going to put all the trash for the next week. So he was a few houses down. I was thinking, should I ride out there and wheel my trash can down the street to the trash truck? And
Yeah,
oh man, that sucks.
yeah.
Fuck.
What
I guess
here's
I'm supposed to
the
look on Facebook to find out when the trash pickup days are.
yeah.
How does everyone else know that everyone else has their trash cans out? What did they? Is there some whisper network about changing? Sorry to interrupt your story.
Yeah, no. Here the trash man went on strike.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, they're not on strike here, but how am I supposed to know when they come to pick it up? When I never put it out on Monday. Shit, I was wondering what's all that sound? That sounds like some mechanism outside. So I went to look, and it's like, damn, I missed the trash again. Wound up with
Yeah,
mice in the
yeah.
garage with all these
We
bags of
don't we
trash.
don't care. We just fill up the trash cans every day, whether somebody comes or not.
Well, maybe I should just keep the whole can out at the street because I don't know what day they're coming, man. Just keep it out there.
Yeah.
So, shit. Well, I guess I got to wait till next Tuesday on that. So,
If you do that in Switzerland, the government will come and arrest you. Well, they won't arrest you, but you're going to they move the trash can back to the front to your front porch and
yeah,
write you a fine.
yeah, they probably do that here too. I wouldn't be
If you do
surprised.
that a second time, they come and arrest you.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just annoying. Damn. So, yeah, I had no idea. So anyway, is Carter respected in Portugal?
Yeah, among the political elite, yeah.
I mean, he was a crummy president. I mean, he gave away the Panama Canal. We had horrible inflation. I mean, you can see what happened during his presidency as a comic book collector when he came in. comics were 25 cents, and when he left in 1980, what were they, 50 cents? Or 60 possibly. Comics doubled their price during his presidency. Plus we had disco. I'm not going to blame that on him, but he was actually a good guy. I think he was a moral guy. I don't think he was an evil Satan worshiper. I think he was a Christian. He just had bad Democrat ideas, and he was a lousy president. He wasn't reelected, but I don't think I never thought of him as a horrible person. Uh, I didn't have deep thoughts of hatred towards him while he was president. It was just, he was all right. He had a crazy brother. Did you hear about that over where you're at?
I heard because I know Marvel put out a magazine making fun of him, but
Yeah,
no,
he was from Georgia, and his brother was this redneck
yeah,
named
but
Billy.
nobody in Europe knows who Billy Carter was.
Yeah, I don't think so. He was just this fat redneck that looked a little bit like his brother, but and then they put out this beer called Billy Beer in his honor. He wasn't as embarrassing as Hunter Biden. He didn't make he wasn't a he wasn't on Pornhub, and he wasn't dealing with the communists or creating horrible disease, funding the creation of horrible diseases and bioweapons labs like Hunter Biden. But he was just, anyway, he was just the butt of jokes. That's about all I remember about the Carter presidency. It wasn't, uh, oh, but I remember one thing. It was really a big deal. He was running for president. He gave an interview to Playboy. And I'm not sure if any other person running for president ever gave an interview to Playboy. Now, Playboy was somewhat Playboy was respected journalistically. I mean, Martin Luther King gave an interview to Playboy. I mean, they had famous writers write for them, Norman Mailer and Ian Fleming and all this. It was a magazine that had some respect in certain ways, but it was also, what it was. And I think my mom was real interested in knowing what he said in this Playboy interview. So I was in sixth grade, but apparently my older brother, I think she sent my older brother to the store to buy that issue of Playboy so she could read the interview with Jimmy Carter. And years later, I find that magazine in a drawer in my brother's room with the cover was removed, but the rest of the magazine was there. This 1976 issue, and that had the Carter interview in it, and it's like, okay, so it's just weird to find. It's normal to find magazines like that it belong to your father, but when you find them and they would belong to your mother, it's a little weird, But yeah, I remember that was yeah, I remember the
So,
yeah, yeah.
so your mother has your brother pick up the magazine because it would be unseemly for
I think
to her
so.
as a mother.
I don't think she bought it. I think my brother Mike bought it. I'm pretty sure. It seems like, yeah, it's something because I remember she was he was a Christian, and so it was very controversial. Why is this Christian giving an interview to this evil magazine? And that's the one where it was a big I don't know if all this minutia gets communicated across the ocean, but he made this comment. I guess they asked him about, what the magazine was about, and he said, "I have lusted in my heart," and that was joked about. I guess he looked at pretty women and lusted or something, and so that was bandied about. I remember that stuff. Even as a sixth grader, I was aware of that. Let's see. Oh, Scott's back. There you are.
Yep, I had a call.
Yeah. Oh, what are people saying? Oh, we got some people here, man. Um. Oh, okay. Gotham City said that was demonic taking Carter outside like that. Meyer says, great show today and enjoying the conversation. Justin says they usually won't take it when you chase down the truck. They did once before they did. A couple year ago. Justin says you might check if there's a local website. There is, but who the hell looks at local websites? I guess everyone else is. Maybe they send text messages. I don't know. Justin says I live in a small town and they have a town text update. But you have to find it and sign up. I better do that or have my wife do it. Justin, you could probably ask at the courthouse if there's a mailing list. Gotham City says, just trash man, don't wait for anyone. Justin nods. Oh, Gold Key Geezers. Hi, Gratu, Paula. Gold Key Geezer says, Billy Beer. Meyer, Billy Beer. Yeah. Everyone was buying Billy Beer thinking that was a collectible. I wonder what a can of Billy Beer. No, they really. I'm serious, man. People thought that was like a Beanie Baby thing. People are buying up cases of Billy Beer.
Now I have to go on eBay and find out.
Yeah. Someone go on eBay and see what a can of Billy Beer is selling for. I bet people have saved cans of Billy Beer, unopened cans.
Billy Beer wall clock, $30.
Really?
Yeah.
Wall clock, man.
Yeah.
What was
Billy
wrong?
Beer. One can of Billy Beer, $10.
Okay. Well, it
Another
might
one
go
is
up with
selling
the
for
death of
23.
Carter. What was it now? I talked to
Another
every.
one is selling for 23. Oh wait, no. They turned the Billy Beer can into a vintage table lamp.
Oh, for the real sophisticated people, I'm sure
Yeah.
wives will love that.
Framed poster, $50.
Framed poster. Yeah, man. Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember that issue of the Hugh Hefner magazine. The fold out was posed with a jukebox. She had some Irish name, something McGuire. Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills would know the name. I think it was Patsy McGuire. Was that a? I think that was her name in that Carter issue. It's the damnedest thing finding an issue of that particular magazine that shall remain nameless that my mom had basically purchased. Oh boy. Um, I'm on this playlist of 1930s and 40s cartoons. I'm trying to find my spot to. Um, yeah, so I don't know. As far as the comic book industry, there are. Damn. Yeah, I don't know what they did with Spider-Man. I don't even understand it. I used to enjoy. Was it in the '90s that they put out the Spider Girl comic? I used to read that,
Yeah. Yep.
but
It,
that's supposed to be an imaginary future for Spider-Man. That's not a. How did they explain that?
that is another timeline or another multiverse line.
Okay.
But the thing is that they never finished the story. But there was a story in when Mary Jane was pregnant
Hmm.
and she had a miscarriage,
Yeah.
and they made it look like that Norman she didn't really have a miscarriage, and Norman bribed the nurse to take the baby from Mary Jane and tell them that they had a miscarriage.
Right.
So Norman Osborn ended up with the baby. That was what they set it up to look like,
Uh-huh.
but um, they never went back to it.
And that was in the Spider Girl comic.
That was in Spider-Man, amazing.
Okay.
And what happened is that the baby, they did the Spider Girl comic was like that was the baby, or could have been the baby, or in a different timeline.
Okay.
I think. I'm not positive, but
Well, didn't they have some storyline where Norman Osborn had an affair with Gwen Stacy, or
oh,
was it?
we don't even talk about that in Spider-Man.
Yes, we don't talk about that.
Yeah,
Well,
that was hideous and it was bad. And it was Michael J. What? Straczynski came up with that story.
Mhm.
He must have been on drugs that day.
well, yeah, but there's publishers and editors. The whole company must have been on drugs, and so I would talk about it because to me that just shows that makes the comic and everything that's come since illegitimate when they do shit like that.
Yeah, that was the worst storyline they ever did up until A Brand New Day.
Was that with Gwen Stacy or Mary Jane?
What the one
That
with
that
Norman? Or
the
no,
Norman Osborn
Day.
thing. Who was
Brand New
he?
Day is when they separated. They made it that Mary Jane Spider Man were never married. That was the Quesada thing.
I I see. That's why I want to stay only with the Steve Ditko, John Romita issues. I don't even want to know anything about any of that. To me, it's all bullshit. I enjoyed the Spider Girl comic. It seemed fun to me to see some of the old heroes older and or you know and a new generation. That was okay with me. That comic didn't seem that bad to me, but I don't give a shit about any of this stuff.
Yeah, that's
Um,
when I stopped reading it. I stopped reading it when they did when Quesada did that. That was it for me. And I was like the biggest Spider Man fan.
Justin says Spider Girl was good, and so was the Untold Tales of Spider Man. Was that the one that had stories in between the issues of the early '60s comics?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I never read that. I believe you. It might. I I wouldn't mind reading that. I guess that was when you thought Spider Man could get no worse, and then Marvel took that challenge.
Yeah.
Eric Bring says the Norman slept with Gwen's the Norman slept with Gwen's storyline was mandated by Joe Quesada. JMS didn't want to do it. Who's JMS?
Uh,
Straczynski
Oh, okay. Didn't want to do it. Nick Spencer,
undid it. Undid it.
undid it. Okay. Undid. He called it undid. Yeah. Okay, yeah, but it's still um the bad taste is there, that it was ever done. And so I don't it just that's why I just pretend, the the real stuff. I mean, it was done by Ditko and Ramita, and I prefer to just put a stop point on it, and maybe even at the late '70s, maybe I don't know. I didn't. I still don't think Gwen Stacy should have been killed. I agree with that Mexican comic book company that
Yeah.
said to heck with that. I don't think it should have been done. It's just served no purpose. Well, see, there's a new Spider-Man cartoon. I just saw the trailer for it coming on the Disney Channel, and looks like it's about the early days of Spider-Man. He's wearing some amateur suit, and then he switches to a white suit. I don't know if he even wears the real Spider-Man suit in this show. They're trying to do this flat style animation to make it look like a comic book panel. I see that Norman Osborn is African American. I was never quite sure what the Osborns were ethnically. Someone told me that Steve Ditko drew everyone to look Polish, but I've never seen anyone with that hair that the Osborns had. I mean, it kind of looks like an afro a little bit. Is that a Polish thing to have hair
No,
wavy
no,
like?
no, 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 no.
What was that supposed to be? I've never seen that in my life. It's like Steve Ditko and Jack Kirby just like see into an alternate unit. The way they draw people, it's have you ever? It's like they see everything through a funhouse mirror. I love their art, but it's like, man, what is that? I don't know. And then his son Harry Osborn had the same hair. Um, but it looked kind of like James Brown's hair, So I mean, I guess I could see how the animators could think that Norman Osborn was African American. I don't know. Oh, who knows? But it looks like a piece of shit, the cartoon, like everything else. So, uh, so how do I send payment to you, Scott, when
Uh,
for those books?
just you can send it to PayPal, Last Frontier 92
You've
at
told me
AOL.
that 15 times, and I need to write it down. I guess I don't even have any pen. Last Frontier 92.
At AOL.
Last Frontier, not no dots, just Last Frontier.
92. Straight one word. The number 92.
Shit. I always have a pen in my pocket, but then it's been off work for a little bit of time for Christmas vacation. No, I don't have it. Ugh.
It's also my email if you ever wanted to send it to an email.
Okay, let me try this again. I always have my wife do the PayPal stuff. I don't even know how that works. Last
Frontier
Frontier. Oh, no
9,
spaces, and then 92
yeah, at AOL.
at AOL.com.
Yep.
Okay. And what was it? 31? I don't remember even.
Um,
What
it
was it?
was 41.
41?
Yep.
It was two books and okay, and
Right.
and a wacky package. Okay.
And I'll also send you when I'm done reading them the Flash Gordon series that just came out. It's supposed to be good.
Yeah, I probably
I haven't read them yet, but when I
I
read,
might not be able, honestly, I may not be able to do that till January 20th. Uh, I honestly, I'm sorry,
you
I
know,
don't, that'll give me time to read whatever.
you know,
Shit. And then let's see, like people are saying something. Um, Eric Breen says a good friend of mine hasn't read Spider-Man since that story. I haven't either, but then I wasn't reading it before the story. It's like I can when all the NFL started doing the kneeling, bending the knee or whatever. I can say I've never had to watch NFL again. Of course, I wasn't watching the NFL before, but then I have a reason why I can say, oh, I don't watch the NFL and
That's why you
sound
need to watch
manly.
NASCAR. That's why you
Huh?
need to watch NASCAR.
Yeah, really. uh, Justin says, yeah, because they don't bend a knee because I guess
Nope.
they're already in the car when they do the national anthem. I don't know. Justin says that would be a great thing to collect and reissue that Mexican Spider-Man comic. I would buy that in a heartbeat. Yeah, people have talked about that. Someone needs to do that.
I
Meyer
know they did
says,
I know they did it in Germany a few years ago.
oh, okay, yeah, horizontal cornrows. Justin says I watched an old '40s movie and a guy had hair like that, trying to be slicked back but with ridges. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think someone that has really curly hair and they try to slick it back, comb it back. In fact, my hair probably would do that if I was slicking it back. I've got curly hair. Eric Prince says every man Ditko drew in his life looked like Peter Parker, JJJ, or an Osborne. Um, well, I've always been told that everyone he drew, men and women, looked Polish. I haven't really ever been around a huge Polish population, but I just imagine if I did, I'd feel like I'm in a Spider-Man comic because I guess Steve Ditko was Polish, is what someone told me. I don't know. Eric Breen says, no, we don't need to watch NASCAR. uh, yeah, I tuned in the auction the other night on Saturday night, and they were talking more about football than the comics. They're talking about someone had sent Eric was saying this guy just passed the ball like 900 yards and or something. It would really sound impressive. It was like 80 yards or 40, even 40 yards. I don't know. How long was that pass the other night, Eric? He was like, it sounded impressive to throw a ball that far and have someone catch it. But what the hell do I know?
I tried watching. I watched with them. They did a watch party for the Super Bowl, for the latest Super Bowl. When was that? That was in January, last January. Yeah. So it's going on, almost going on 1 year. And I found a pirate site where I could watch it. Well, it reinforced the idea they already had about American Hand Egg, which is it's really boring and nothing happens.
Yeah. Eric Breen says 67 yards in the air.
Way about soccer.
Oh, soccer! It's non-stop action, 45 minutes plus another 45 minutes.
Yeah, guys falling down when they get touched and all that type of stuff. And
Yeah, but you know what? They get up in 5 seconds. It's not. You guys have a 30-minute commercial. We get up.
Gold Key User says Ditko's heritage was Slovak, like me. Do you look like you were drawn by Ditko, Gold Key? Hey, yeah, the thing about football is the average. If you just the average, most of the time it's just guys walking around on the field getting ready to line up, and then they'll blow a whistle or something, and then something will happen for about 3-4 seconds, and then it's just a bunch of guys walking around. Is how it strikes me, but I'm not a sports person. Um, I was very entertained by roller derby when I was 5 years old. I was fascinated by that. Uh, Eric says this from a guy who watches endless left turns.
At Daytona, 2,000 left turns.
Gold Key Gizer says, I hope not. I hope I don't. I don't know. Some of those Ditko people are good. It's just, yeah. I don't know. What sports? I think I've watched some hockey at some point. I just never really been into sports. Really, I don't know.
Yeah, we play hockey, but not on the ice.
What are you playing on?
In the rink. It's like a basketball court, but instead of but we take out the basketball nets and put walls around it, and people play hockey and run around in roller skates.
Oh, on roller skates. Oh, okay.
Yeah. We are usually fighting for the world championship in that. There are only 4 countries in the world where rink hockey matters: Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Argentina. That's it.
Yeah.
We have a big rivalry with Spain. We usually have a lot of interruptions when we play Spain. The players start beating the crap out of each other.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of. What's that?
so at least they kept that tradition.
I think that sports teams should be, if they're a Dallas team, everyone should have been born and raised in Dallas. If they're from Kansas City, everyone should be born and raised in Kansas City. It should be like warfare. That's which is what sports are based on, historically. It's like you need to be from that area.
Well,
And then,
baseball
Okay.
was originally like that.
See, that's why we have teams, and then we have countries in soccer. So the teams the teams are here. They're 50% Brazilian, 35% African, 15% Turkish, or something like that. Because we export all the Portuguese players to the UK or Saudi Arabia. But the national team, well, we do have 3 Brazilians, but they live here. Now, Kazakhstan having 7 Brazilians, that's what's weird. I mean, the Brazilians speak my language. They don't speak whatever they speak in Kazakhstan, and they make a national team with Brazilians.
with the whole thing with Borat in Kazakhstan is why apparently Kazakhstan is not the way it's portrayed in the Borat
Oh no,
movie. What
no,
is
not at
it?
all.
So, what was the point of ridiculing that country? I wonder.
Well, the point is not ridiculing the country. So the Borat shows up in places and pretends to be from some weird country that people have never heard of, and he does lots of weird things. And because people think he's a foreigner from some strange country, whenever he does weird things, nobody wants to criticize him. So then he says things that if a normal person would never say, but that would be considered very very unelegant.
Yeah,
Uh, but they don't say anything because oh maybe that's just the way he is. So that's the funny part. He says stupid shit. People don't say anything, and he keeps upping the ante.
yeah, yeah. I
When
mean,
he
I
did the Borat movie, of course he didn't go to Kazakhstan because people think that people don't know where Kazakhstan is. It's some country from what used to be the Soviet Union,
right.
and uh, the guy who plays Borat, forgot his name. Forgot his name right now.
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Sacha Baron Cohen. Yeah. So his family, going back a couple of centuries, they're Polish Jews. So
Yeah.
So he does know how to speak Polish, and he drops some Polish words whenever he plays Borat. Of course, Poland is nowhere near Kazakhstan because they're a Turkic people like the Mongols. And when they made the movie, they went to some village in the middle of Romania.
Right.
And recorded things there, and it's supposed to be like it's also supposed to be part of the joke. Oh, this is where what Borat's village is really like. The thing is, the president of Kazakhstan got really pissed off when he heard about Borat,
Yeah.
and he wanted to sue Sacha Baron Cohen and whatever. But then his daughter told him, no, this is great. People are saying the word Kazakhstan in countries that have never heard of us. So what they started doing, they started putting ads for on CNN International. Come visit Kazakhstan, beautiful country, land of investment opportunities. So they went. Ultimately, they went with it, and the people started doing business with them a lot more. So, so if you come from a weird country and you get famous in America, make sure that everybody talks about your country.
Sorry about that. Yeah. I'd never heard of Kazakhstan before. I almost would have thought it was a made up country when he started talking about it. But you know, now you mentioned that he's Polish, Polish descent, Sacha Baron
Yeah,
Cohen,
Polish Jew.
and that makes me realize that I never really thought about it, but Borat kind of looks like he was drawn by Steve Ditko, if you think about it. No, he really seriously does. I mean,
Yeah,
he kind
when
of looks like Craven.
he once went to Texas as Borat, and
Yeah,
he started singing a song about throwing the Jew down the well.
yeah. Well, he's portraying the people in Kazakhstan as being very anti-Semitic. I don't know if they really are, but I mean, I
they're
could understand why the president of Kazakhstan would be offended by that. I
they're no,
mean,
they're
that.
mostly Muslim. They're mostly Muslims.
Oh, okay. Well,
That
I don't
part
know.
that he liked.
I don't know, man. Those were funny movies, I have to say, but I don't know what happened to that guy. He seems to have disappeared off the planet, Sacha Baron Cohen. Last time I saw, I think his last Borat movie was very anti-Trump, as I recall. It was still funny, but um,
What? Then he sort of had retired Ali G. He retired Borat. He went more with Bruno, who was the the fashion reporter.
Right,
So
yeah, I remember.
he went to some Texas rodeo and started doing gay stuff. Uh,
Yeah, I remember. I saw. I followed him pretty much over. Yeah, I man, I was I was telling I was saying yesterday I'm only going to do 2 hour live streams. I think it's probably 4 hours. 4 hours. Shit, man, so much for my word. But man, so this has been a good live stream, man. Um, so what are you guys doing for New Year's Eve?
I'm getting together with the family,
Yeah,
and we'll watch TV.
Three Stooges marathon.
damn, that's a brilliant idea. We started doing that on Christmas Eve, but then my wife got food poisoning, and then she got a real bad headache, and then it wasn't as much fun to watch people getting hit in the head when you have a headache and you watch. Uh, yeah, no, she was enjoying it for a little bit, and then the 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 Stooges. It was a curly episode, and they were ice delivery guys, and they were taking a big chunk of ice up these stairs in Los Angeles. And by the time they got to the top of these outside stairs, it had melted to like an ice cube size. And so she said, "I think I know where those stairs are," because she used to live in LA when she was growing up. And so we got off on this exploration on YouTube of people doing, you know, videos walking around Los Angeles. And then we started looking at where she used to live, and that's, then we were talking to Meyer about, because he knows California real well. And it's just like, it's weird how you get off in these weird little tangents on YouTube, and then you can,
Yeah.
like I
No,
was just thinking earlier when we were talking about the 90s, it's like somebody on YouTube must have recorded on VHS those Home Shopping Network channels where they're trying to hawk collectible comic books back in the 90s, and they were trying to say this is autographed by, somebody that you've never heard of, and it's got a shiny cover. And it's just like, yeah, I remember those days. I remember watching
Superman
those
and Batman stuff. Death of
huh?
Superman stuff. All the Death of Superman stuff.
Oh yeah, that was just horrendous. People, there is footage. There's a Oh man, what is the name of that channel? Meyer will remember. I think it's called Bionic Vampire or something like that. Somebody has a YouTube channel, and they have all this footage. It's like they just put up 12 minutes of being inside an arcade in 1982 or some, or they have people in line to see The Empire Strikes Back in 1980, and it'll be long amounts of footage that maybe was B-roll for like the local news or something. And they just have, it's like, or it'll just be high school 1978, and it'll be 15 minutes just kids walking around a campus in 1978. And it's really neat. And but they have footage inside a comic store, people buying this Death of Superman comic. There's this long line and people buying multiple copies. um
Yeah, I was interviewed by a radio station during that.
were you working? Oh, you had a comic store back then, didn't you?
Yep.
Did you record it? Did you save it?
No, no, I didn't. No.
Oh, that's a shame. That would be great if you
It
had.
was a last minute thing. It was a last minute thing. It wasn't something that was planned. They just
Oh, and it
called
was
and
live.
said, "Hey, can we talk to you about this?"
And what did you tell them? Do you recall?
No, I just telling how everybody wanted. I like sold out in like not even an hour.
Well, you can't be, as a shop owner, you can't be sarcastic. These people are a bunch of idiots. I mean, you've got to like play into it a little bit, or do you?
Everybody,
Or you
everybody thought they were going to send their kids to college on that book.
right? But I mean, how honest can you be if you're trying to? I mean, you want to sell them. But I mean, like Kevin at Gotham City Comics is really honest. I'll want to buy something. He says, "No, you really don't want this," just because the cover has some pretty pinup on it. The art inside is shitty. He talked me out of Absolute Wonder Woman. It's like, man, you're supposed to be selling it, but he's honest. And then people trust him. So he's always, I hear him telling people, no, you really need to get this Geiger stuff from Image. This is the really good stuff. He steers people away unless they are really set on it. Just a walk-in customer. He's not going to try to steer them into the shitty stuff because then they'll never come back because then these comics are terrible.
Well, the key thing about that book, if it was when you ordered it, you had to order just as many of the newsstand or the unbagged in the bag, because they come in and they would buy the bagged one, and they would, if they wanted to read it, then you would sell them the other one, because nobody wanted to open up the bag, the
Oh,
black
yeah.
version.
And didn't have a black armband in there for you to mourn
Yeah,
Superman.
they had a poster, an armband. The cover was like of a granite cover, granite. It looked like a tombstone
So you're going to
almost.
kill Superman, but still continue to publish his comic, and people really, if they didn't publish another issue, then maybe you'd believe it.
Yeah.
Eric says, all kidding aside, assigning 6 points for touchdowns was the smartest decision in sports history. Gives the illusion of a lot of scoring, and people don't notice the endless standing around. Okay, even Eric admits the endless standing around. Justin says, great episode, one of my favorites. Curly shaving the ice. Yeah, Justin, it was funny. It just until my wife started vomiting. Myers says Bionic Vampire Disco. That's the name of the channel. Okay. It's hard to remember, but it shouldn't be hard to remember that, but somehow it is. Myers says that's not it, but something like that. Bionic Disco, maybe. I think Vampire's in it though. I don't think Disco's in it. I'll find it. Let me pause. I think this cartoon's about to end, and I'll just pause my recording and I'll find that. Oh, there it is. The end. Yeah, I'll find it. I'll get this guy more subscriptions. I help other people get subscriptions, but I actually gained 2 subscriptions yesterday. As I kind of came on, and I said I'm only going to do 2-hour live streams in the future. Already, I've broken my word. Um, let's see here, but okay, Bionic. Bionic Vampire, maybe. Damn. I wonder. Now the word bionic. Um, where did that word come from? I remember the $6 Million Man was based on a book called The Cyborg. Is it Bionic Vampire Ninja? Maybe not. I don't think so. No, but this guy's got. No, it's not Bionic. But this guy seems to have a pretty good channel. Um, hold on. He just put something up the other day, and I put it in my playlist, so I could probably find him that way. Uh, library. Uh, okay. So I go to my playlist and Amazing December 2024. I hate that the first video is Kamala Harris. It says pathetic and insulting, but it looks like my whole playlist is about her. Oh, here's the John Goris Batman video he did. Hold on. Have you guys seen this Batman animation?
No,
Oh, that's why you got to subscribe to his channel.
I've seen his ghost tank.
Yeah. Well, this is him doing Batman. Anyway, go to John Goris's channel and you can see more of that. Let's see what I can find here. I've got, this is that toy that I have. I found one that's working in better condition than mine.
She molded, but back in the old days, you had the original train.
You guys can look at, I have apparently saved 375 videos so far this month. That's what I do, is I create this playlist every month of stuff that I find interesting. I'll throw it in the playlist with the hope that I'll watch it later in some cases, or record it later, and sometimes I don't ever do that. This guy has got 25 minutes of, he's taken the Flash Gordon radio show from the 30s and he's synced it up to Alex Raymond drawings. And the music from the Universal trailer. I mean, serial, rather. What am I talking about? Okay, so let me see if I can find that. There's something it was just like yesterday, man. Okay. What is that? Some 70s variety show. It's Iceman and Firestar. How's that for an Iceman? I never even watched this. I put it in my playlist. God damn, that's insane. Here's the story. Brady Bunch with cats. Raising up three pretty little cats. All of them had coats so sleek and shiny. The smallest one, Max. Here's the story of a cat named Whiskers. God damn it! I clicked too far back and I got off the playlist. Now I got to go all the way down. 374 videos. It moves too slow, man. I'll find that yet though. That channel. Maybe it's vampire. Maybe someone's told me in the. Oh, Myers already found it. It's Vampire Robot.
All right, guys. So.
Okay, all right. What channel did the Flash Gordon? Oh, wow. Now I got to go back to tell this person that. Sorry, Justin. I've shown that before. I can't expect everyone to watch every episode. Let's see. Flash Gordon. Oh, there it is. It's a guy named Russell Devlin. Yeah, Russell, Russell, Devlin, Devlin. He uses the same music, and the serial used. That's, I think, that classical piece is what Holst, and then they use the music from the Bride of Frankenstein also in the Universal serial, and then this part here is that's Hall of the Mountain King, but okay, yeah, he puts music in. This is from that sound is from the radio serial. It's almost like watching the Marvel superheroes cartoon from '66. Because the radio show was like word for word from the comic strip. Russell Devlin. Okay, so let's go to Vampire Robot. Oh my gosh, let me get. Hold on, I've knocked you guys off. Okay. Um, very much appreciated, says Justin. Did I miss anyone else? Justin, I had a family function when the asshole was on. So your video took me a minute to figure out. What? The helmet and outfit made for great presentation, though. I don't understand what you're talking about. What are you talking about, Justin? I had a family function when the asshole was. What asshole? Ugh. Um, the helmet and outfit made for great. Do you guys know what he's? Justin, explain. I'm curious what you're talking about. Okay, vampire robot. This is like everyone needs to subscribe to John Goris, but everyone needs to subscribe to Vampire Robot. A family function when the asshole is on. That could apply to a bunch of people probably. But I think yesterday's video, the show that Cleo was picked on, I missed that. Oh, yeah. And the previous incident mentioned in yesterday's video. But what about the? Oh, the helmet and outfit. That's what I was wearing. Uh, when you said helmet, I was thinking like Magneto, like a full face helmet or like a knight. Yeah, I was wearing a helmet actually. I'm pretty slow on the uptake. Yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, that guy was yeah. Oh well. Robot. Uh, okay, so vampire robot. uh, That's gotta only search. Oh, there. God damn it. Explain to you what's going on. Shit. Okay, there we go. All right, so vampire robot. It looks like a lemon with a shopping cart going around it. He has 155,000 subscribers. That's pretty good. So he doesn't really need my help. This first one that he put up 2 days ago says, I'm big in myself. He doesn't really need my help. Shit, I clicked on myself. Spending 16 minutes in an arcade. Oh shit, this. Come on, that music's gonna give me a copyright claim. What? How did it go to? Okay. Well, apparently they're dancing, and I never went to an arcade where people were dancing. Damn! What? What is going on? Vampire robot. Click on it. Okay, there I am. Browsing video games at a software etc. store in 2002, hanging out at a KB toy store in the mall in 1998. So it's almost 8 minutes of going around in a KB store in 1998. And it's got this timestamp. So this was meant to be, they were probably doing a news report about Christmas back in 1998. And they just recorded this footage just so the news people could talk about it. And now the footage is really cool for people that are nostalgic inside a Toys R Us store in 2001, like 18 minutes of that, which now if I could get footage inside the Kitty City toy store in 1974 in San Antonio, that would be amazing. A drive-through at a Burger King in 1999. Okay, I'm already back 2 years, so they don't post that often. the prom in 1997. Watching TV with a family in 1988. Christmas shopping at a Target store in 2007. That doesn't even seem that long ago to me. Oh, maybe I need to go here at videos. Waiting for the ball to drop in New York City in 1976. Okay, I'm trying to get to the selling the Superman comic, or Death of Superman. Camping out for the release of Return of the Jedi in 1983. That's about 5 minutes of that. Wow. The visit to Sears with Mom in 1977. Just a lot of hanging out with your best friends at the arcade in 1982. Oh, I remember that game. A lot of arcade footage. Following high school students in the hallways in 1987. Preparing for the Y2K apocalypse. Remember that? That was a New Year's memory. Everyone thought their computers would stop working. Okay. Watching 9/11 unfold from a bar. Shopping at a Kmart store in 1999. I need to go back and watch some of this. But also, I want to record it because what if this channel just got taken down and all this valuable, precious footage was just gone? I mean, going to school in 1977. Watching the president speak on TV with a family in 1977. Someone's at the door. Hold on.
Domestic production has been dropping steadily at about 6% a year. Imports have doubled in the last 5 years. And our nation's economic and political independence is becoming increasingly vulnerable. Unless profound changes are made, the world will be demanding more oil than it can produce.
Got a crushed package.
About 5%. This means that we have to stay even. This is much more efficient.
It's like a carpet. My wife must have got a carpet for the bath, coming out of the bath, and then an Amazon package.
And natural gas. They were more convenient and cheaper.
Oh, shit. Hold on a second. I'll hurry.
The age of automobile and
Oh, Last Frontier's gone.
Yeah. And I'm probably not gonna stay too long. I have to go in a minute or two.
More oil was consumed to keep it rising during the 1970s and 1980s, about 5% a year, as it has in the past. We could use up all the proven reserves of oil in the entire world by the end of the next large oil fields on Alaska's North Slope, and more disturbing than the last. World oil production can probably keep going up for another 6 or 8 years. Each American, last year, we spent $36 billion for imported oil, nearly 10 times as much. Along with that money that we transport overseas, we will continue too few of our utility companies will have switched to coal which is our most abundant energy source. We will not be ready to keep our transportation system running, public transportation. We will build mount, strip mine, burn more coal, and drill
So
more.
I had to go to the restroom.
If we begin to consider right now.
All right.
Inflation.
Oh my gosh, I'm trying to find that footage. Then I'll probably sign off for the day because I got to take this up for my wife. And
And
I promised I
don't
was
be.
only going to do 2 hour streams. And where is the damn remote? So what do you got? What are you up to today? Are you writing stuff for your?
No. This time there's really nothing to do.
The
So
only way we can buy a barrel of oil.
I should be writing something, but we don't even have plans for next issue, so I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah. I had to have thrown the remote down when I went to. That was the UPS guy dropping that stuff off. Oh, I put it here.
If we make energy artificially cheap.
You ever looked at this channel, Paulo?
What's that? No, I didn't know
Hanging
that.
Out at the Arcade in 1981 is this one.
I guess it wouldn't be my thing. I mean, watching people do normal everyday things.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't have been interesting back then, but now enough time's passed that it's fascinating. Although I don't have a says getting drunk at a disco in 1977. That's 6 minutes of that. Hold on. How do I do this?
In any case, I have to go. I have to start taking care of dinner. So
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's a lot later for you.
yeah,
All right,
it's
I'll see you
7:30.
soon.
See ya.
Yeah, take care. Meyer says intruder alert, intruder alert. I watched that arcade dance video. It reminded me of kids at my school who kept sheets of cardboard in their lockers that they would pull out and lay on the floor and break dance on. 1983. Yeah, I wasn't aware of breakdancing in 1983. I wasn't really aware of it, I don't think, until 1984 when all the breakdancing movies came out. Um, and shopping at a comic book store in 1992. That's probably it, right? Because that's the time of. Yeah, see, everybody's lined up to buy the Superman Death issue. People that would never normally be in a comic store are there to, they think they're going to become rich. Like they're buying lottery tickets, yeah. That's about 6 minutes of this. Look at all those stupid bucks that are worthless now. Yeah, so there it is. It's on what's this called? Vampire Robot. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, do you remember the times of your life? Yeah. Let me do it now. Well, Drew, we've been on too long, right? We need to sign off, man, because sorry that I went on twice as long as I promised I would. Uh, I love this stuff. This is a great channel. He's not referring to our chat. He's referring. I'm just kidding. He's referring to Vampire Robot. Before you get any ideas there. I'm wearing these because looking at the phone seems like it's burning my retinas, man. It's like it really. It seems like the more I stare at my phone, the more I need to wear these glasses. Oh, Justin says 1,805,034 seconds until inauguration. Thank you for the update. Yeah, I haven't looked at that. I was going to do that at the beginning of every episode to tell the countdown. Thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm missing Alex Jones, man. He started at 11. Shit, it's almost God, freak Daniels. I don't think he's coming back till Thursday, though. Alex Jones. He's got one of his people on, but it's still fun to watch. Um, oh man. Oh boy. Um, the Carpetbagger had a good show. Kevin was telling me he went to this.
Hey, you all. Carpetbagger here, coming to you live from the north. More specifically, we're here in Dearborn, Michigan.
Let me see here. Oh, that's an hour long.
More specifically than that.
He goes to this cool museum. Anything interesting going on, ladies and gentlemen? Damn. Um, Okay, what are humans saying here? Oh, Kevin, it's a great episode. He goes there a lot, but this time he really went in depth to show everything since they're moving locations. He had a sign, but it was partly covered up. Spider Woman in person. I thought that was really cool. Um, yeah, that play. What's it called? It's like in Michigan, maybe. So, it's a museum of electronic machines and stuff. Okay, I gotta take this stuff up to my wife. Crazy. We gotta find some way to. Hey, look at Funky. Funky, where are you going with that beat up old stove? I'm taking it to the dump. Well, get rid of it right here. Funky old boy. All right, guys. Just back right up and let a hole and the key on economics will lead to take it to the dump. This is a dump. In fact, it's one of the dumpiest dumps I ever saw. Now, don't worry about it. I'm soon my tank broken. You'll see me getting the door on the old stove. All right, Charlie, let's get it set up. All right. I don't know when I'll be back. Ready? Yeah. At some point. So, goodbye. Mr. Ball.